subject? Do you go where the news leads you, or do you set the agenda and say, okay, this is where we have to go? There are two answers to that. We can actually create very engaging content that is not necessarily politics, but it, again, like I said, it takes work and skill. One of the things I discovered when going through our own nation media reporting is that less of the material, much as we have many magazines, we have space in education, we have space in health, we have space everywhere in jobs, in so many different magazines, but little of the SDG reporting ended up there. In fact, it ended up more in some other section, special reports. It's because of how we are packaging it, but to package it and to simplify it and to make it exciting enough to put in the magazine so that your readers can actually relax with a cup of tea as they're reading about SDGs and not feel intimidated is a skill that not many journalists in this town have. That I will tell you for sure. Because I've been around, I've been a writer, I've mentored writers, I've edited, and I know what we have and what we do not have. So it takes a certain skill to get people to write excitingly in a way that, and we are starting to do that at the nation media. So you'll occasionally see other stories which are not typical politics jumping to the front pages, but or to somewhere else in the paper, not typically in the magazines. But it takes work, it takes development, and many of our journalists are not sitting, they are not staying long enough in the newsrooms to even get these skills and use them. As soon as they get a few, get confident and they walk away. There are few people like me who have been around for 20 years and are still going. So you won't find very many of those people who have got that skill to, number one, simplify, number two, make it exciting enough for the media house then to, qualify it as something they want to push ahead of maybe the politics, which would be the usual thing. So that's my answer to you, Hannah. It's going to take work. We have to be able to put in we have to be willing to put in the work. As the people who generate the content, it starts from there, and then onwards to the editors making the decisions on what is leading out there and what is not. So I've worked in different media houses under different management with different styles. I know that it's possible either way. You can have exciting stories that have nothing to do with politics.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And I think that brings us to the end of the panel. There's so much more conversation that's going to go on today and even in the course of the week. But what I would say important highlights from this panel is the importance of breaking down and simplifying how we cover news around SDGs. There's space for money. How do we ensure that journalists, media houses are adequately funded to tell the stories, but also the intent behind being deliberate about, like Eshban talked about, bringing women onto panels, or as Angela said earlier, having minding our language and how and how we cover news stories. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Eshban online. Thank you, Julius online. I'll just invite Kanan back on stage. Thank you very much.
How is everyone feeling? Yeah? How are you feeling? All right, if you're having like a useful time, please say SDG. If you're having a useless time, whisper SDG. All right, I was waiting to see. DJ, could you just turn it down a little bit? All right, thank you. So this is just a reminder that you are here as participants, but you are also here as journalists. And so we know and understand that you are collecting information and data that you will be showcasing in your stories. In that regard, I'd like to find out if there might be some people who might have some questions for the panelists. Are there any people that feel like they have some questions still?
Especially from the news team. As part of your coverage of this particular expo, I imagine you have some, questions for the panel that was here this morning. Please, if you have these questions, please do bring them forth. I think you can just
so you can just either write down your questions somewhere, and we will make sure that the panelists get those questions, and we will find time to make sure that they are responded to. But in the meantime, let me just find out how some of us are doing. You're looking at me a lot. Do you mind standing up a little bit? Could you tell us your name, who you are, where you're from, something like that?
Thank you so much. I'm Ishmael Abenitwe, a student in year 2 doing journalism and communication at Makerere University.
Okay, thank you, Ishmael. I'm going to have a very brief interview with you. I know that as a young journalist, you're used to being the one asking questions, but now let me be the one to ask you questions. Are you ready?
It's fine.
Okay, first and most journalistic question that I'm going to ask you right now is to very briefly sing for us what your favorite nursery school rhyme was.
Okay. Honestly, I wasn't ready, but I will. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands.
Let's go.
If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands.
Oh, wow. Well done. Well done.
How do you, okay, so thank you so much for doing that. But also, what are some of the highlights maybe that you've picked from the sessions so far? Maybe something you've learned, something that stood out for you?
Thank you so much, Kenan. Yeah, from the sessions, maybe I learned from Mr. Ashburn. He said, as journalists, we have to try to domesticate our reporting, our coverages. For some seconds, we have to drop the general picture and localize our coverages. And it was further voiced by Ms. Angela. She also said you must understand what you're reporting about. So to understand what you're reporting about, you cover something that is near something you're used to. And that's specifically in relation to domesticating our reportings.
Well done. I think, Kenan, we need, since we're on SDGs, gender equality is key. Let's have one of the ladies to represent the ladies in the room.
All right, who is volunteering for my most journalistic question? A different one now. Oh, there's a volunteer behind.
Yay!
All right. Hey. Our journalist has run away from the newsroom, but it is okay. It is okay, it is okay. Let's see. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind standing up, but just a little bit? Need some help? So what's your name? You can tell us who you are.
My name is Sarah Kechumuli.
All right, Sarah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of nervous.
Nervous because of my question or the whole environment?
Not real, not your question.
Not my question, so you're ready for my question?
Which question?
The most journalistic question. So, Ishmael sang for us his favorite nursery rhyme. And my most journalistic question to you right now is to recite for us the alphabet, but you're going to do it from Z or Z going to A. Yeah? Yeah, we want to see the people who ate nursery school fees in donuts. All right, so from Z all the way to A. You ready? Yes. Okay.
Can you please give me any other question? Let me start from A to Z. Z, X, Y, X, W, V.
Well done for the ladies.
Yeah, well done. Thank you
applause.
Sarah, you had a producer in your studio. Huh? She had a producer. You can tell us your name.
I'm Justice.
Justice, you seem to be well conversant with the alphabet. Huh?
No.
You want to give a quick try? Starting from Q to A. 3, 2, 1.
P O N M that one.
Wow. All right, we're still going on with the conversation. We will be asking some more of those very journalistic questions. But for now, let's stick to the SDGs. We might not know the alphabet so well, but as journalists, we've done our research and studied the SDGs, and so the conversation will go on. What do we have next?
Absolutely. And right now, we are on to the next session, and our moderator is none other than
Apio Marion. Apio Marion.
a round of applause. Yes.
Apio Marion is a young journalist, is a fact checker. The CV is so long, but you'll introduce yourself and you'll introduce your panel. Thank you. Just a quick reminder for the news teams that you should be paying keen attention, because from here is where you'll be sourcing your stories that you will be showcasing later on.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Marion Apio. I am a fact checker with the D-Bank. I also happen to be the CEO of Girls Alive Uganda, a non-profit organization that works around educating the girl child in Uganda with sexual and reproductive health, education, and rights. I'm a information literacy trainer of trainers and many other things. I have a very deep passion for education. As a matter of fact, I've always believed that education is the key to success. And for that reason, as a journalist, I get to really educate young people, mentor, and so much more. I will be moderating this session today, and I'm not going to be alone. I am so privileged and humbled to be joined by an incredible group of amazing people who are doing great work with regards to the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. And for that matter, allow me ask each one of us to join us. I will start by introducing Conan Businje. Conan, if you could join us. Conan is currently the press secretary to the vice president. He was formerly the education editor at New Vision. And also, actually, impressively, he was the CNN Multi-Choice African Journalist Award winner 2016. Conan is very dedicated to writing stories around the education sector, and also he has covered a number of impactful stories that report on issues around education. Conan, thank you for joining us. Next, I will be happy to introduce, if I pronounce your name wrongly, I'm really so sorry, Naomi Abenacho. Thank you so much, Naomi. She is very passionate. Let's clap for Naomi as she comes to the stage. Very passionate about education and a very great lecturer at Cavendish University. She's a trainer with CL Trainer Consultant and a Master's of Science in Marketing and Public Relations from Brantford in the UK. Thank you, Naomi, for joining us. I am also privileged to be joined by Benjamin Rukwenjo. Yes, let's clap for Benjamin. Benjamin mentors young people through training and community service work. He is one of the founders for 4040 and also the CEO and founder of Boundless Minds. Benjamin, thank you for joining us. The panel is really rich. I am as well privileged to introduce Amelia Mathanachi. Amelia, are you in the room? Yes. A hand of applause to Martha. Martha is the head of news at CTV. She previously worked for Vision Group, anchoring news on Urban TV, and then joined Africa News, which is a Pan-African, actually, multilingual media that is based in DRC. Thank you so much for joining us. I would love another seat for one last panelist who is very incredibly joining us from UNICEF. Yes, and this is Dr. Munir, right? Dr. Munir, thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Munir is in the audience right now, and he is UNICEF representative to the Republic of Uganda. Dr. Munir is a public policy analyst, economist, and strategist with over 30 years of experience in the UN. He has served in Maldives. I love that country. It's like my dream country. And so many other countries. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, so this particular panel, thank you so much for joining us today, is going to help us dissect and understand a crisis that has really happened and has affected the education sector. So we're going to look at how has COVID-19 devastated the education sector. So before I get started, thank you so much, Dr. Munir, for joining us. I would like each one of us to just take off 5 minutes to really, anyone, to just tell us how they think COVID-19 has devastated the education sector. And then from there, we'll just have questions for each one of us, and then a Q&A, and we'll close it up. So anyone who's ready to really say, according to the topic for today, and looking at the SDGs, how has COVID-19 devastated the education sector? Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marion. You know, if I'm to give you a backdrop of what's happened and how the education sector has been affected, I'll just give a brief timelines. So in March 2020, schools closed, universities closed. And after that, for about months, students were not studying and all. Then in September, the president allowed the candidates to go back to finish the syllabus so they could sit for their final exams. Around March, most of the students went back, but unfortunately, along the way, we had a second wave that hit so much. People lost their lives, and the president saw it wise to to bring another closure again. So after that, to date, students have not gone back, especially the primary and secondary school students. For the universities, they've already started in November, but if you look at the timeline, it's been in between semesters, in between terms. So it has disrupted the whole academic calendar. Right now, it's a confused calendar. Let me call it a confused calendar. You know, there is that funny meme that goes around social media showing men with beards putting on school uniforms. It is very funny, but it actually speaks a lot. So many of our students, so many of our children at home and students have to wait for 2 years to get into school again. For instance, if you're looking at the S1 students that were in school at that time in March 2020, right now they're still in senior 1. They're going to be joined by those that completed their PLE exams in January, and they're going to be joined by the hopefuls that are in P7 currently. So it has distracted the whole calendar, it has distracted the whole system. That is just a backdrop I wanted to give.
Yes, Conan, I see your mic is on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for hosting me today. I used to enjoy my freedom when I was a journalist, because I had the liberty to say certain things in my own style as an individual. That's the bit about journalism. But now I have a bit of sense of collective responsibility, but also a bigger cardinal responsibility at times to put a number of things straight for the public to understand them. I'm not as radical as I would have been when I was still a journalist. I will paint a picture, and out of reality. No one expected COVID to crush us the way it did. Whatever my sisters said is real, and we could not run away from the situation. And this was not a problem of national resistance movement or any government in East Africa or Africa. It was a general problem that swept the entire world. The entire planet froze. We froze. And there is nothing much that could be done other than closing schools. And probably the education factor here coming in as an SDG issue is that you should understand that students are the easiest, or children are the easiest people in transferring the virus. They are the biggest multipliers, and they are the easiest carriers. If anyone is watching me this afternoon, you should know that every time when schools open, like as they're going to open very soon in January, there will be flu in every home. Have you ever understood why that happens? Kids. You lift the kids all the time. They are running, they touch everything, unlike adults. And that's the same thing that would happen when schools, if they had to leave them open. The smartest thing, and congratulations to this government, was to shut down the operation of the schools. Otherwise, we would be having hundreds of graves in homes, in every home, or I mean every village almost. Thousands of people would have died, and Doctor would agree with me over that. We would have lost many people, maybe in thousands, maybe in millions. But the smartest thing was to close the schools. How you get to rebuild, how you get to respond after you've closed schools is another matter. How you help the kids who are at home, who are not studying directly with the teachers, as it had been known from time immemorial, is another matter. But the smartest thing was to close the schools, and that saved the country so much. You realize when they reopened the schools, COVID spread sporadically in almost every home. You saw how many old people died in several homes, even adults. So that was a disaster already, just because we had tried to reopen. And no wonder we had to close again. And hopefully, as the government has stipulated the reopening and the strategies they put up, we do believe that very soon the schools will have to reopen and we will return to something close to normal. I don't want to go back to normal because it's the normal that brought us to this place.
Okay, thank you so much, Conan. Maybe before Dr. Manoru, you come in, we've seen the impact of COVID. We've seen COVID-19 affecting almost all of us. And coming from the UNICEF perspective, who do you really, I mean, Conan mentioned that students are really very easy targets and carriers, but from your perspective, as you answer that, who is most affected? What has worked so far, let's say with the different programs that you brought into place, and what do you think is the best way for us to say, okay, this is where we are at, or this is where we're heading?
Thank you very much. This is definitely a very important topic, and I'm quite sure there are different perspectives when it comes to the rationale behind many of the public health measures different countries have taken. Some of them are based on scientific evidence. Some other people may argue that some of the decisions probably were too cautious. But how did COVID affect people in Uganda specifically? Let's start with the numbers. We are talking about 15 million learners who have been affected by either the complete or the partial school closures over the last 19 months. This is not a small number, 15 million learners. Number two, we are talking here about 2 academic years, almost completely lost for many of the learners who have not been back to school in any way. And I also want to mention that it is true that children, like any other person, could be carrier of the virus. But we know certain scientific facts. You know, when children catch the virus, themselves are not likely at all to develop severe illness. They are not likely at all to die because of coronavirus or COVID-19. Yes, they can carry the virus back home and they can infect elderly people, but there are 2 assumptions we need to look into. Assumption number 1, when schools are closed, are we assuming children, learners, are sitting at home, or are they hanging out in places which could be more dangerous and uncontrolled environment in terms of transmitting the infection? Many young people have been hanging around in places, in environments which are not controlled, which could be, again, of the same or even higher risk of giving them the virus, and they have been going home, taking the virus to their elderly parents and grandparents. Same thing, many young people who are not learners are going to marketplaces to earn their living, and we know these marketplaces are not controlled. The majority of people there, they don't comply with SOPs. So the risk is high. And I think the rationale behind keeping schools closed could be an issue of debate. But what I would appreciate very much in Uganda is the government's sincere commitment to protect vulnerable people's health and life. Thank you.
That brings me to a question to Benji. Everyone has talked about schools being closed, and we want to understand where then do we see the soft skills coming in, because we understand that we are no longer confined into the 4 walls of the classrooms given the pandemic's impact. So what is then the role of individuals like yourself? But then where do we see the soft skills coming?
Thank you so much. So I must say that we work at Boundless Minds at the intersection between SDG 4 and SDG 8, which is essentially working with young people in and out of school to get ready for the world of work. So that's what we do. And so the thing that all of us have to understand is that before the pandemic, we were already having conversations in this country about the quality of our education. And those conversations weren't always complementary, right? Many of us realized that our education system wasn't serving the purpose for which we needed it to. So there were certain reforms that needed to be undertaken for it to serve that purpose. Now, 2 things have happened since the pandemic. One is that that the conversation we were having then, things have probably gotten worse, right? And this is why. We are going to have, perhaps, we will get back to this maybe in about 2-3 years, but we're going to have the highest number of dropouts since probably the NRA war, right? We're going to have the highest number of school dropouts since the war 30 years ago. So we can, I don't want to go into numbers, but we can suppose that a good number of young people are not going to return to schools even after they reopen, right? But also teachers will probably not return because now they've spent 2 years out in the world, so they're out there riding border borders and selling Rolex and stuff, and they've figured out that these jobs actually pay more than what they were doing earlier, so they'll probably not come back. Schools, well, not everywhere, but some schools have actually also closed, right? Every so often, you'll read in the papers, this school has closed, these schools have closed. You'll see in your community some schools getting turned into rental places and stuff. So I think that that's crisis number one, right? But crisis number two, which brings us to the skilling aspect, which has always been what that conversation was about, that our schools are not preparing young people for work, right? So I keep wondering how much more that problem is going to be after, right? With this mass dropout, but two, with the fact that we've had a break for 2 years and haven't quite heard from the ministry and development agencies on what's being done, right? Or what can be done in terms of accelerating that preparation process. So what we're going to have in effect is those that stay in school, right? I worry about how prepared they will be when they come out, right? Whether it's university or vocational school or secondary school. So you worry about how prepared they will be when they come out. But two, you also now worry about the quality of labor that we will have on the market, right? Because of these effects. So it's a tricky situation for all of us to be in, right? Both social entrepreneurs, but also the ministry, development agencies, parents, schools. This has never happened before. So while we sometimes you need to exercise empathy, right? Because nobody knew how to deal with COVID, right? Some countries have tried things and they haven't worked. Others just sat and waited it out and they've reopened schools. My worry is, and this is me just thinking as an entrepreneur, is crisis also presents opportunity, right? And only people that think like that are able to make the best out of this. So we haven't, and I worry that we haven't created much opportunity, at least from where I am sitting looking at what's going on. We haven't seen and created much opportunity from what this crisis brought for us. So I don't know if we'll go back to how things used to be, or we'll even start from much farther back than we were 2 years ago.
Thank you, Benjamin. And I think that's the relevance of the conversation today. If we're looking at SDG number 4, we are saying that we ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, but also promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. But then here we are saying we worry that we haven't taken advantage of the opportunities presented by the pandemic, maybe because we do not know what to do. But the most important part is that we get to have a conversation and find the way forward. And in today's expo, we're asking ourselves, what then does the media get to do? And so it would be nice to hear from you all, from where you're standing, from the kind of work you're doing. But before that, I would like the journalist who is here with us today to answer to the question of how then does the media get to report those devastating or working solutions that have been employed post or during the pandemic. And then you can just jump in to really say, okay, this is what we could be doing, or this is what would happen.
Okay, thank you, Marion, and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be on the same panel with you all. I hadn't seen Benjamin and Conan in a while, and it's good to meet you, Doctor. So the panel that was there before us, I think it answered sufficiently on what the media gets to do. And I'll say that I was making a joke with someone earlier that I'm really here on this panel to learn, because being the only media person, and we're also trying to look at the role of the media in answering this double crisis of what COVID has brought on education, and I'm keenly listening to all of you as you speak. So just maybe to reemphasize what was said earlier, what the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening, because when we report, and because we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening, but it's also information that we give to you. If we tell you that schools are going to be opening and you're required to vaccinate and you should have double vaccination, and we keep reporting this is the number of teachers that have vaccinated and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining, it keeps the conversation going and it helps everyone to know what's supposed to be done. Maybe what we can do more is to now go into the research, like the earlier panelists talked about, is to really examine the divide. I, for one, have relatives who fall on two sides of a spectrum. I have cousins who continued studying. They were really not affected. Okay, of course they were affected, but they have access because they have iPads and their schools are continuing the studying. And then I have those who are in rural Uganda and they could not even afford the coaching fees to continue studying. So when we highlight such divides, then it helps to know how we can come up with solutions. Entrepreneurs like Benjamin know which solutions to come up with to help the country go forward. And then recently, I went to a place, I think also when you talk about education, we mainly think of the classroom and the book. We are not giving enough attention to vocational training. And that answers the question that you brought about on the quality of employees that we're going to have in future, or the quality of workers that we're going to have in future, which answers the paradox of, or the oxymoron. We have a lot of things to be done, and yet we don't have enough skilled labor to do that. I recently met a research institute. I visited a research institute, rather, and I was impressed with the vision that they have and how they want to skill a lot of young people here, which gave me hope, because many times when we are talking about skilling and education, we feel like you must go somewhere else before getting that. Yeah, so us as the media, bringing out all that information, that's what we can do.
I think the media has been doing a lot with regard to school closure, the impact of education, and what people should be doing. And yet the media can do even more. And let us focus on what more can the media do. Before I get into what the media can do more with regard to this specific issue, let me just take a minute to make a distinction between two things: learning and schooling. The two are not the same. Learning is about acquiring knowledge, and it can happen in a physical school, but it can happen outside of school. It can happen under the tree when the teacher and the learner meet. Some people have reached a level where they can do their own self-learning, but not everyone can do self-learning. At the same time, there are so many ways of continuing learning without a school. We have seen models of TV learning, radio learning, and we have seen e-learning through the internet. These are different ways of continuing learning. However, schools are very important in places like Uganda for systematic learning. Because of the limited opportunities of learning that I have described outside the physical school, the school is very important for learning, but equally important for the socialization of young people, for their protection and for their upbringing. When schools went closed, there was discontinuity of learning for sure. But more harmful, there was no enough protection systems in many of the societies for young people, especially very young, vulnerable girls. So what the media needs to do now, as the country is gearing up for the reopening of the schools and the reopening of the economy, so far, lots of COVID vaccines have been made and secured by Uganda, which is excellent. Millions of doses are here, more than, at the moment, more than 12 million doses as of yesterday. This is amazing. Very few countries in the region have been able to secure such a number of vaccine doses for the population. But let us look at the other side. The most vulnerable people, who are elderly people above the age of 50, the most vulnerable, who's the president, wisely said they want to protect them by closing the schools. Only less than 5% of them are fully vaccinated. I'm not talking about one dose, about the 2 doses. Less than 5% of the most vulnerable people of Uganda, who are the elderly people, are not vaccinated. The media, this is your responsibility. You need to be very creative in mobilizing these elderly people to believe in the vaccine and to come forward and take the vaccine, which is now available for them. This is a major role and responsibility where the media can do. The second thing, as schools are getting ready for reopening, we don't want to see the schools again being the centers of infection. Schools would become the center of infection if the schools are not opened according to the SOPs, the standard operating procedures for safety, which means the hand washing, the masking, the distancing, and so on and so on. Media, you can do a lot to educate students, to educate the public, the parents, about how to keep schools safe, and we ensure safe return to school, and we ensure schools remain open. If we don't do this, the reopening of the schools in January could be not what we want, as my brother Conan mentioned. We don't want that to happen. Schools are controllable. It's not like a marketplace. There is a discipline, there is management. You in the media can educate and mobilize the parents and the school managers to know what to do to protect students in the school and to protect their grandparents back home. Let me stop here, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munir. Maybe Conan, before you come in, you could as well answer to what interventions has government put in place to ensure equitable education for all? I mean, we all know the inequalities that exist within the country. We know the digital divide, and you're speaking from a perspective of a journalist who has done so many stories. So as you answer to the question you're all answering, it would be nice to really hear as well what is working with the interventions that the government has put in place.
Thank you. I will wrap up that bit of a question in what I wanted to say, so I don't lose what was burning on my mind as I wanted to respond to this. The Baganda have a saying, nti eryokanga n'etonya ensiisira ne zenkanya emyoyo. You know what that means? It is good that it rained. Now we can see that all our hearts can leak. And that helps us now reconfigure ourselves and rethink on the things we need to do. Responding slightly to your question, the change of this country's education system, and I'm speaking from experience, having covered education reporting for a record 12 to 13 years at New Vision, where I built my entire career before I joined State House. I have realized one thing, Doctor. Our education system is not the best that we should have. And alluding to what you are saying, the bit of learning and schooling, the education system that we have, and why everybody went up in arms, always demanding when schools are going to reopen, even the owners of schools demanding when the schools can open so that they can make money, save their buildings and pay loans, is because we are configured into having learning that is put in a classroom block. That is where we first got it wrong as a country. And I don't want to blame the government itself. Even us as citizens, we got this wrong. But thank God, and I want to put this in a proper perspective, so that the people don't think I'm dancing on graves of those we lost. Because now it is showing people exactly the problem we have on our ground. Doctor, doesn't it amuse you, or anyone sitting here, that they can shut down the country and your daughter or son sits at home for an entire 2 years without doing anything? What kind of education is that? It means we got it wrong from the parenting point, from the society level, to the schools level, to the government level. And all of us have a responsibility to change our education system. Learning should not be a classroom matter. People will tell me, okay, then are you saying we should have been online? That's not what I'm entirely saying. I'm only saying those who went online, that's a smart way. What even took us as a country to begin getting to digitalize how we learn? We took long. We could have done that. Institutions could have done that. Do you know how much money the parents get to pay for their children's education? How many schools have put up digital systems of application, digital systems of teaching, digital systems of assessment? And our learning is that you must have a teacher stand in front of a class and he talks for 5 hours a day or whatever. A lesson maybe takes 1 hour and a half, and then you do tests, you do exams where you spend 1 hour in an exam, and they assess you that way. We had better change very quickly. There are a few institutions that I've seen change. Institutions like Victoria, and I'm not trying to campaign for them. But you see, when you have students spend the entire learning process, they never closed. Isn't it embarrassing that government and private institutions, including universities, had to close because there is COVID? What became of learning online? Journalists, what is this that you learn at school? You waste 3 years or 4 years in an institution. You graduate and you can't put up an online system for children to learn. All you're looking for is a job in a new vision monitor, all these media houses, her TV station, or various TV stations. All you want is to be on camera, and you say you're a journalist. Journalism, as you can't see that placard, that painting behind, journalism is meant to make the world a better place. You should ask yourselves during COVID, what did we do as journalists to change this country's situation? When everybody was home and couldn't study and couldn't access education, what did we do as journalists? Before even you look at government, to make sure you change the process of learning. We looked on with hands tied and say, we don't have where to get stories. No. Solutions-based. Someone talked about solutions-based earlier in one of the panelists. What solutions, I think it was a buzzword earlier on alluded to it. What solutions are you offering? Is your journalism meant to be solutions-based? Before I switched to where I'm working now, I used to write stories. And the stories would be teachers that have come together, they are setting content, putting it online, you access by paying 1,000, your student, your child keeps learning. When you go back to school, the child doesn't have to go back to the same class. The same teachers can segment the entire curriculum in these tests, in these exercises, in these projects that they put online, and a parent can help a child learn from home, and even do an assessment from home with the support of a teacher. Let me just paint a picture. A very small picture, probably to open my entire explanation on this matter. Don't you find it very amusing that a teacher tells your child that if you want to plant this, what are the requirements for a plant to grow? What do we say?
Oxygen.
Sun. What do we say? Moisture. What else do we say? But this is a better way to do it. Now, we crammed those things. Some of us have even forgotten. The smartest way was for a teacher to take us and get a tin, put a bin, put soil, put another one without soil, put another one without water, put it one in the darkness, let it grow looking for the light. I can assure you, even if they woke you up in the midnight and asked you what are the requirements for a plant to grow, you will remember the plant looking for the light, how you had a bean that meandered and looked for the light. That is figurative. It keeps in your mind. Now that is called project learning, learner-centered teaching, where a learner drives the process of learning. When you come in class, ask the children to explain what happened to their beans. And everybody will paint his own picture. And before you know, the entire class knows what the theory says in your textbook because they have practically seen these things happen. Our education denied us that. Our education, and that is just for primary learning. That can go to university, to secondary, to every level. When they closed the schools, we would have learned from home with the support of our teachers. Our education system didn't give us an opportunity. Someone will say government failed us. No, as a parent, you yourself, you failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son, because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to learn. No wonder some of them have sat home for 2 years and they are more green, others are pregnant, just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is where we get it wrong, because every other time we blame the government. Let's begin looking for solutions, and the solutions are with us.
Thank you so much, Conan. Benji, I would really like you to come in, because he sets the pace where you come in again. What narratives are not then being covered, right? I mean, we are seeing that it's incumbent upon all of us to see that, well, we address the devastating impact of COVID-19, but also address the inequalities that exist. As a matter of fact, I would like to share, I'm a beneficiary of kindness. I've gone through school through a certain individual organization somewhere saying, oh, she's so smart, let's give her school fees and she studies. And I don't think many have been so lucky to say they're getting a scholarship, or they're even aware of those scholarships, or they know that those scholarships exist. So the idea of practicality really makes sense and comes in. And I would like to ask individuals like Benjamin, who have really come out to say, we've identified this, let's do this. What narratives then would you wish were actually more in the media and are missing?
So, first of all, I must say that I disagree with Conan on absolving government of its responsibility to lead. I think that government has a responsibility to lead. That's why it exists, right? It has a responsibility to pass policy. So parents failed, media failed, whatever, but government has responsibility, and it hasn't always delivered on that responsibility.
I did not absolve the government, right? I said they also have a stake. They have their bill to cut.
Okay.
Or you are saying it's all government, and no one else should be blamed.
I'm not saying it's all government. I'm just saying that, especially in this crisis, right? Government didn't show up in ways that it should have, and that probably made things a lot worse than they could have been. But without even going into that, I think from listening to all the panelists, I sense that what we are suffering is a crisis of a lack of critical thinking and problem-solving abilities in this country. Because if you listen to what everyone is saying, right, we have had a problem that we haven't solved, so now we've found ourselves in a much worse situation than we are. And this is how I know that we have a crisis. I think 3 years ago, we did research on soft skilling, right? So one of the things that we found was that in this country, when we talk about soft skilling, we don't think of soft skills as an intellectual skill, right? That we think of, so when we talk about skills, we think of plumbing and wiring and that sort of stuff. That's how we define skill, right? That things like critical thinking, problem solving, communication, collaboration, which organizations like the World Economic Forum say are crucial to the future of work, right? And the fourth industrial revolution, right? Which are supposed to be what our education system propagates. Because we don't think of them as skills, we don't even have a policy for their transfer in our education system, right? So where they exist is not because of a policy instrument that guarantees and forces for them to exist. So they exist, say, in international schools or in schools whose leaders have an understanding of their importance, right? And why this now becomes a problem is that we continue to leave school without developing these skills. Now, all of us, when we are faced with problems like this, we don't know how to solve them. So we revert to our old methods or wait for the problem to pass and then we go back. So schools close. School owners, because they are not trained to think critically and solve problems, just sit around. Parents don't know what to do. Government officials don't know what to do. The media doesn't know what to do because all of us are products of this system, right? So, and until we solve that problem, until we learn, until our schools, right, are teaching people to think. Because, I mean, Doctor here was talking about learning and I think schooling, right? There are so many things that we could have done, simple things, right? Every community in this country has a church probably within a kilometer of a church or mosque within a kilometer of a home, right? And parents, it's something I have written about before, that parents in this country, it's mind-boggling that parents will contribute to building a church, right? And will not contribute anything to the school, right? So every community, even the poorest community, the churches are the most beautiful buildings in those communities, contributed to by parents whose children don't have classrooms to sit in. So those things, and yet there were options for churches and mosques and community centers serving as learning spaces, right, during the lockdown. Assemble kids there for 2 hours, teach them about the history of Uganda, teach them, I don't know, teach them whatever, right? It didn't have to be examinable stuff in the way that we've come to appreciate these things. But because we are either obsessed with doing things in the way that we have always done them and haven't been trained to think critically and solve problems creatively, that problem still exists, right? And I don't know how long it's going to go on, but it's the crisis that we all have, yeah? So school owners are just going to wait until schools are open, right? If there's another pandemic, they won't have figured out, because we're not trained to think, basically, yeah? We're not trained to think, we're not trained to solve problems. That's how come we're going to keep finding ourselves in these in these situations. And just lastly, this is not just a problem in education. Eh? It's everywhere, right? That inability to train the mind and our continuous emphasis on memorization, yeah? The only thing a learner is required to do is remember things, reproduce them in the exact way, and then they are judged to be intelligent. That process is going to cause us lots of problems until we solve it.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Seconds.
I'll even use 40 seconds. It is not true that government hasn't done anything. I just wanted to clarify that. Just because I hadn't addressed myself to that. Let me explain this and everybody knows it. Government tried to put newspapers, study materials in newspapers. I was in New Vision. They contracted New Vision to deliver newspapers to some far-reaching areas. But obviously that wasn't effective. I looked at the U-Boat study, which actually showed that wasn't an effective strategy because they didn't reach all parts of the country. Secondly, they tried to get on radios, to buy radios for the entire household. What did the parliamentarians say? You can't buy radios, you're just going to use them for politicking. They blocked that. What did you expect government to do? The hands were tied, the executive hands were tied. They had wanted to send radios to every part of this country, hire teachers and take them to be teaching on radios. That was killed. Thirdly, you should also understand that government attempted to reopen schools. They did. But obviously they realized the crisis was bigger than they expected with the second wave. They had to close the schools. and there is nothing much they could have done. Thirdly and lastly, it's also important to notice that government put up 20 billion shillings to help the teachers, and they have worked out a process, and private school teachers are going to be accessing this money, especially that they were not getting salaries, to be able to help them invest their projects. There is a lot that could have been done. You're going to ask me, is that enough? No. Do you know why? There are two things that take so much money in most families. And doctor will agree with me. Studies show that it is education and health, the biggest suckers of money in every household. That is why no wonder probably someone may contribute money to a church but can't afford getting a good school. I can see the dilemma. So government is in a real big problem to find enough money amidst a crisis where people are dying to sink into online education for several households. Yet people are dying, and you know that education is very expensive. We are in a crisis. I feel pity for the government because obviously they could have wanted to do much, but at times there is politics that is at play, but at times the resources are not enough. You also, amidst a crisis, you know you don't have even enough doses to vaccinate every Ugandan, and every Ugandan deserves a shot. So there is a lot to do to save people's lives before even we think so much about education, not because we don't care about education, but just because you need to set your priorities right. And I agree with my brother Benjamin on some of those aspects. Well, he knows actually the situation on the ground since he deals with the wananchi.
Thank you
on
so
those
much.
aspects.
Everyone who's listening in and joining us online or in this room, this conversation can go on and on and on, but we are going to wrap up in the next 5 minutes. However, if you have any burning question, we could have someone with a mic to just bring that mic to you, and we pick probably 3 questions only due to the aspect of time. There are 2 incredible ladies who haven't talked yet again, so I'm going to give them a chance to speak to it. However, we should, I think, agree as us here that the SDG number 4 is not standing alone. As a matter of fact, when education is impacted, a number of other SDGs are as well affected. You could look at health and well-being. We both know that if, let's say, the students or the pupils have no sexual and reproductive health education, as an example, they're not going to be able to educate, to learn. If you look at, let's say, accessibility to certain basic items in this country, like a sanitary towel, or even water, which is supposed to support us to fight COVID-19, there are certain places that do not have access to clean water. We also have gender equality, where we are not having as enough girls and women having access to the same quality education. In fact, look at urban versus rural. Also look at decent work and sustainable growth, which Benji talks about, that the nature of graduates we get in this country are known as critical thinkers or design thinkers or problem solvers. So that kind of brings us to a certain dilemma where, as we are prioritizing health, for example, as key stakeholders, I think we still need to be able to say, okay, education does not need to be at a standstill, but how do we critically solve the challenge? So that brings me to Naomi. Yes, universities have been affected greatly. In fact, my graduation was delayed. Fortunately, I graduated. But there are some of my colleagues who have been yearning to just have the vice chancellor say, so-and-so has graduated. What happened was that for us, our names were read on TV. We listened to them. But there are people who are not sure they will ever leave final year. And there are people who are applying for scholarships. Maybe they've been aware, but they cannot apply because they don't have that transcript. And so at university level, we've seen, of course, early childhood education has been impacted, secondary education and so forth, even prior to COVID-19. But as a person who is coming in with diverse experience, what are other universities doing or other countries doing to see that university education goes on, and anything else you can add?
Thank you, Marion. First, allow me to agree with my brothers, Conrad and Benjamin, about what they said. However, I mean, we're all looking to the new normal. The new normal is what is going on right now, and everyone is looking forward to to what we can do about the education sector. However, the questions that we need to ask ourselves, how is the continuity? How is the accessibility? Are people willing to adapt? Are there well-trained people to teach people online? I mean, universities are looking for lecturers that are very competent to handle students online. Is that manpower there? Are all the lecturers that have been teaching face-to-face able? Are they able to teach online as well and competently? What products are we going to have after? I mean, Benjamin talked about the products that we shall, you cannot actually monitor a student having online exams, so you do not know whether the student is actually sitting the exam himself or he's having someone else do the exam for him. Yeah, so many universities and schools have actually gotten the digital platforms, and they are getting to the new normal, really. And media has actually tried to put it out there. However, my issue with media is the story is not carried on to the end. I mean, if you're talking about, if the president spoke about providing radios and all that, and we don't know where that stopped, I would think that the media should have informed us, okay, Parliament did this and this, Yeah, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
That's starting from the last point. Yes, it's one of the challenges that we face, or one of the challenges we're trying to address. And like Benjamin said, it's an ecosystem of how education is done to see that you have skilled and competent people everywhere, even in journalism. I wanted to go back to some points that Dr. Munir had mentioned earlier. He talked about what the media needs to do, which is giving information to teachers and students and parents and what they need to do, but also to the vulnerable people in community. Yesterday, Sunday, I was having a chat with someone who mentioned something very interesting. One of the reasons why, there are so many reasons why we have vaccine hesitancy, which is, yes, you do have the vaccines, but people are not getting vaccines, some of them because they do not want. And the reason they do not want is because there are so many questions that they are still asking. And the key thing that he pointed out was if the policymakers, people who are bringing vaccines, and also the government included, had, for instance, given information and said, when you take a vaccine, this is what's going to happen to you, that's what is likely to happen to you, then it helps with the acceptance. But when, your neighbor or your grandmother's neighbor takes a vaccine and then they have all these weird side effects, the other person will likely hesitate to go because they're not sure what's going to happen to them. So the media cannot cook up that information. It's the people in power to give the media that information to give out. The same goes with what Conan mentioned earlier about preparing schools, school owners, and everyone to go back to school. The media will not, the information that we are giving out right now is concerning the standard SOPs, the standard operating procedures, which is wear your mask, wash your hands, sanitize, and give a social distance. Of course, it doesn't apply to when kids go back to school because you're not going to give that information. Even if they know, it's very hard to have social distancing and washing of hands and sanitizing all the time in a school setting. So much as we can have solution-based journalism, that's a policy that will not be drafted by the media. There has to be a solution coming either from the Ministry of Education or from other stakeholders to make that policy which the media will report about and ensure that school owners and school operators have that information. So you can take that into consideration.
Thank you. So the questions, could someone kindly give the mic? We'll take only 3 questions from that side. But there's a question here for you, Conan. On the talk of ed tech, what happens to those rural communities who cannot afford digital devices and high internet costs? We'll pick those others and then we'll just have a wrap up as we get to answer those.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joshua Caleb. According to UNICEF, Uganda, alongside Panama and Bangladesh, have had schools locked down for the longest. And the question to you, Mr. Munir, would be, what is your recommendation to have the Ugandan education sector back to the international standard? Because we very much know that other countries have gone ahead. What can we do now to remedy the situation?
Thank you. The next.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Kisesi. It's almost similar to his, but then given the school closure, this will be our 78th week, the longest in the world. So many schools have closed, but also many schools have resorted to using the media to study, be it newspapers, radios, TVs, and other online platforms. However, students who cannot access any of those media platforms have not been studying because of different reasons. Maybe the expenses involved, and most of these you cannot say are their fault. That means we're going to have the inequalities in education are going to increase. So my question is, given the fact that when schools open, these students, all of them, whether the ones who have been studying and the ones who have not been studying, are going to be in the same classroom, and they're going to sit the same exam at the end of the day. What has government put in place to prepare for that time, to make sure that that gap is closed, and how can the media, beyond just reporting about what the government is doing, how can the media support the government to close that gap?
Thank you. We'll take the last one. Dear panelists, when you're answering, also give your wrap-up remarks so that we can...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Antonia Bazi. Actually, mine isn't a question, but a submission. Conan talked about project learning, and personally, I think the blame should really fall on the teachers and the parents. When I was young, we were really involved in the practical. I mean, I was in P1 and they used to teach me, they used to sell this in a shop, and we used to have a shop at the back of the class. They used to teach us transpiration, those things, But we used to, we know that a plant grows with this, grows with that. But now, I think it's like the teachers are bored, and the parents themselves do not want to involve themselves in their children's work. Because I used to come from school, and my mom or my dad used to, want to see my homework, want to see, every subject you get. But now, I think the parents and the teachers no longer want to, to take part in anything. The teachers they just want to come in class and teach and leave. They no longer care about what the students want to learn, whether they understand, if they're going to apply the same thing at home. I think the blame should really fall, for me, the blame should fall on the teachers and the parents of this generation.
Thank you for that submission. Yes, very quick.
All right, I'll be very brief and to the point. First, on the issue of EduTech, where you have technology and education, it is not very easy for the entire country to actually easily use technology in the classroom. But obviously, this has to come to what is called a policy change. Government, leaders, opinion leaders, teachers, parents, we need to come to a point where we have to work with cellular companies, where you can be able to offer cheaper or even free bundles for everyone who has at least a phone to study. The reality is that the question is, does everybody have a phone? No. So the question is, what do we do? There are so many measures that can be taken by government, but also us in what we do. And in relating to what she said, that the reality is that we've got to look at what we can do to make a difference. And as I do my bit of, maybe she asked what should be done. Government is already doing what is called revising the curriculum. They are cutting out. What they are cutting out is not irrelevant. No, it is relevant too, but they were looking out for the most important topics that a child should not miss in the course of learning at the primary and secondary level, and they are going to redo a course or a curriculum outline for all classes, and that will help the students to easily run through the curriculum to be able to graduate at a time That's why you might have to find that an academic year doesn't have to take all the months it was taking, because you need to catch up for the time lost. So that will help us be able to catch up for the time lost, because I will admit, as I started at the beginning, this is a crisis we didn't plan for. You can't say it is carelessness of government. It is a problem that hit all of us. We need to look for solutions. We stop lamenting, but look for solutions how we can end this. Allow me to conclude by this. Robin Sharma, in his book, A Leader Without a Title, says, the onus is on all of us to find a contribution where we are standing. If you wait for His Excellency the President to make a transformation, or his vice, Jessica Lupo, retired, to make a difference for you, you are getting this wrong. Wherever you are, act like you would have been a president. What would you have done to make a difference? I'm not just putting a question to you to make you feel guilty, but I want you to think through deeply, all of us, even me and you. What can you do in your small means or whatever means you have to make sure you can make a difference that can support this nation and make a difference? To get a kilogram of sugar, it is 1 grain after grain. It is those small incrementals that turn into kilos and sacks. Make your contribution. Someone else will make his or hers, and we can change our country. That's my closing remark.
Dr.
Thank you very much. Let me be a little bit, or try to be more pragmatic in talking about the way forward. I think there are short-term issues, problems we need to solve, and there are long-term problems and issues we need to address. On the long term, I think Mr. Benjamin spoke a lot about what the education system isn't doing. And I think now we need to rebuild better. We need to rebuild the education system rather than reopen the schools. This is number one. This is a long-term issue, but it has to start now. We need to do immediate things now. Number one, and this is where the media can play a role. Number one, we do believe at the moment that so many private schools have been repurposed into another type of private business. So many students who have been going to private schools, when the schools are reopened, will be displaced. It's your role now, I think, go out and be a pool, see which of the private schools are likely to reopen as schools and which are not likely to reopen, and how many students are likely to be displaced, and inform decision makers about that. Number two, as also Benjamin mentioned, and we all know, many teachers are not coming back to this profession. And I can tell this for certainty. Why? Because even if you look now at how many teachers have been fully vaccinated, the number is very low. The government made it very clear, no job, no teaching. But if teachers, they know the schools are about to open and they don't want to take the full vaccination, it simply means they are not coming back to school. So go out there, speak to as many teachers as you can in different parts of the country, do a poll, tell the decision makers what kind of teachers gap they should expect when the schools reopen. They need to plan now. We are talking about so many things that the school, what is needed at the moment is redesigning the school curriculum. And the redesigning should not focus on just saving time. It should focus, in my view and in UNICEF view, in making sure the curricula is based on giving students the skills to learn, the skills to search for knowledge, rather than giving them the knowledge to memorize. This is the opportunity for us to rebuild the education system better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munir. If there are other people who actually have questions, it's okay. We can still take them. So I saw one hand behind. Anyone else? Two? Yes. To the next, Benji, your final remarks as we pick those two.
I'm also going to pick up from where Doctor stopped and give you guys a couple of more story ideas to work on. But the first thing I want to mention is we tend to think of education as if it was one size fits all, yeah? And that's wrong, right? You see, every individual learner is different from the next, right? And yet how we approach learning is as if all of us are the same, all of us went through the same learning processes, so all of us are examined the same way, right? So I have argued for a very long time that I don't see the reason why, say for example, children in Karamoja sit the same PLE exam as the guys in Kampala, right? Or schools down here in this slum are sitting the same exam as another school, Green Hill, which is just across the road from them, right? They obviously didn't study the same. The quality of their teachers was different. So they can't be equal. And yet we approach it as if they were. Which also you see in how we are thinking about solutions to education. We say this is what must happen. But in truth, the contexts are different, right? So the guys who have access to digital tools can study, right? But then we say, okay, these ones are studying. Not everyone must be online because their context is different. So the guys who are not online, what are we doing for them, right? So let's sit and think, okay, these guys cannot afford digital tools. What is it that is working in other countries? And I say this because as an entrepreneur, I never test ideas on my own, right? I keep thinking, I have to do research and find out what happens in other countries or how has this idea worked elsewhere. And I think this is where you journalists could be of help, right? We are not the only country with a digital divide, right? Other countries which have digital divides, what's happening there? How are they working, right? So those are stories that you could give to both the public, but also to the government and to development agencies. That's the first thing. The second tip is also look at, you also need to do a story on how our teachers are trained, right? You see, they say you can't give what you don't have. So we are expecting miracles from teachers who are not trained to deliver any, right? You guys know the quality of your teachers. So why do you expect them to deliver something that's way above? They say that a nation can never exceed the quality of its teachers. So you guys need to go into doing stories around our teacher training. What is it they are trained on? How are they trained? And then how does that translate into how we learn, right? The third tip is this curriculum review conversation we keep having, right? So every time you read a story about curriculum reviews, most of the stuff you see is they have removed these subjects, they have added these ones, they have merged this, but it never tells you why is this subject important and why is this one not, right? Why must they remove this and add this? What needs to be there? What do we need to study, right? And how do we need to study those things? You get? So our education system is largely foreign because this formal education, in the way that we know it with schools and stuff, it wasn't here. We had education here, but it's not this one that we have. So, and there are things that have stayed, yeah, that we've kept, even when we don't have reason to keep them. For example, who says that primary school must be 7 years? Like, where did we get that idea? Why do we never question it, right? Why can't it be 10? Why can't it be 5, right? But where's the science that says primary school must be 7, right? We don't know. I don't think anyone here knows, but all of us have gone through it. We'll take our kids through it. So once we start asking questions like that is when we are able to say this is the kind of education system that we need as a country in the long term, which takes me to the last story tip, which is also picked from that. You guys might be familiar with the National Development Plan, right? If you did a story on what we study in school versus how that is related to our National Development Plan, right? So if you think about Vision 2040, there'll be people who are responsible for delivering that vision at some point, right? Or for getting this country to the next labor force, essentially. Is the education they are getting directly correlated with what that plan says, right? And if yes, then how can we do more of that? If no, right, how can we make corrections? So those are things that we can discuss. Some, like Dr. said, are short term because we need to get back to learning. But others are more long term, and we can only get, those conversations can only happen if the media does these stories, because sometimes parents don't know. We're blaming them for nothing. Even the government, sometimes they don't know. So put these stories out there. That's how these conversations start. And then the Conans of this world are able to speak to people that are doing policy and say, by the way, this story is well researched. Please go watch it or read it and see what you, it will inform your input in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Benji. Very quickly. Just a quick one. So yes, we will take the next round of questions, and then the two ladies will give their findings. Anyone?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Q Samson from St. Lawrence University. And, being inspired, thank you for this opportunity. And my question is basically, when we talk about the adverse effects of the COVID-19 in the world and in Uganda in general, we have two categories of children who have been set back home. They're not doing a thing. There is a category of people who have got themselves in income-generating activities. And we also have another category of people who are idle at home and engaging into drugs and substance abuse, which is another grave on earth when it comes to our country. And how would you convince me that someone who has got into drugs during this pandemic will get back and concentrate in books? And secondly, when we talk about that one who has engaged himself into income-generating activities, like making chapatis, riding borders, or something of that kind, he has started earning an income of his own or just to self-sustain him. How would you convince that child to go back to school and sit in a class where he is actually not assured of getting a job at the end? Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Next question.
Thank you. My question is targeting Mr. Conan. You said, okay, you are talking about the schools. My question is, what do you think the government should do to make sure that the government schools, the institutions, are on the same level with the private institutions?
Thank you so much. The last person right here. Oh, okay.
A very good afternoon. My question is an open check question to anyone. The question normally targets SDG number 5. We always talk about gender equality. When the men are in power, they focus on men issues. When the women are in power, they push harder for women issues and pull down the men issues. So how can we find a way whereby both men and women can harmonize their issues without pushing the other down and focusing more on pushing the other up? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll get the very last person, but we should know that there is a newsroom competition that is ongoing. We have students, as the nature of our expos are, that students get to compete and then present solution-based stories or just generally stories that target a particular theme. And we can't wait to see some of those stories come out around these particular conversations and other SDGs that we are going to cover throughout the week. So we'll get the last question right there, and then we'll have our two ladies answer and take the final.
I'm James. My question is about a girl child who is impregnated. How is she going to be covered once the schools are opened fully?
I think, Conan, most of the questions have been given to you, but we'll first listen to these two ladies and then you take them.
Okay, I'll say this. It's going to involve deliberate effort from all stakeholders. It's not only going to be the government, it's not only going to be the teachers or the lecturers. Each of the stakeholders is going to have to play a role. The students have to have the willingness to adapt to change, to the new normal, to the online. I mean, that is what is going on right now. The parents have to also adapt to the online, provide their children with the necessary tools. The government has to support in whichever way they can. The media has to show these stories to the end, like I said, to the end. And the school owners, the university owners, and I mean the private sector, they need to actually train their teachers and lecturers to be able to handle the students online like as if it's face to face, you know? Yeah, so I would like to answer his question about the equality again and about what we can do about a pregnant student going back to school and a drug addict going back to school. Now, like I say, this is work in progress, and I'm sure there are organizations that have come into place, NGOs, that are helping rehabilitate such students. They rehabilitate them and they're able to go back to school. So it's baby steps. You're not going to take them straight to school. It's baby steps. And about equality, it's going to still be a deliberate effort, like it has always been. I mean, there is a farmer. There is so much. There are so many NGOs that have come up to help the girl child. It is just deliberate action and for the stakeholders to play their role. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think she has aptly responded. I only wanted to make a comment to my sister over there who made a very sweeping statement on parents and teachers being to blame, the parents and teachers of this generation. She said, you're a fact checker. I'm sure you work very well with knowing that something has to be checked for correctness and the extent. And more so in saying that, I know that people like Benjamin, and I'm sure he has friends, and I know there are teachers who are doing a lot that they can, and parents, to do project teaching, project learning like we talked about. So just to avoid making sweeping statements. And I think that's what we've been trying to do as an entire panel, not to check each other on where we throw the blame and how much of the blame we throw and how much responsibility each and every one of us takes, which is a lesson that you can take as young journalists, not to just take sweeping statements as they are said.
Wow. Conan, in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll just use one.
Okay.
A quick one, you said, what do we do for girls? The government policy clearly stipulates that no girl should be denied an opportunity to go back to school after she has given birth. Should you find any school that rejects such a student, please report that school. No head teacher, private or government school, should stop a child who got pregnant from returning to school after giving birth. The first aid the other time was saying, even when they are pregnant, allow them to come and sit for the exams. Because they still remain Ugandans. The only difference is that they are pregnant. Maybe when they walk in pregnant, because it's not luxury to walk in when you're pregnant in a school, it should be a learning point to the other girls that you'll be like her, carrying that burden if you are not careful. Some people think it will spoil the other girls. Does that look like luxury to walk in when you're pregnant? It's real pain, it's real heaviness. You're busy, your colleagues are running to go and play netball. For you are busy, you can't run. No one takes that for a joke, so maybe it's even a better learning point for the other girls. So the government policy is that no one should be stopped from going back to school even when she's pregnant. That's a policy. Report anyone as journalists if you find schools denying people an opportunity to go back to school. Someone asked about people who are already making money. There is nothing wrong with making money. If you are taking drugs, that's another case we can handle with counseling and support, and you get to live that kind of life. But if you're making money, fantastic. Just have to devise time for schooling and making money. What's wrong with having 100 birds of chicken, and what's wrong with making chapatis in the evening after school? We are training entrepreneurs. So it's more good reason we should actually support such students, but teach them how to manage their time. And I think basically those are issues. She asked about government schools and private schools. I know that a number of government schools are not performing to the best compared to the private schools. If you look at the rankings of schools, every other year, it's always the private schools that top the rankings at primary level, at secondary school level. Government is coming up with a policy, I don't know how far they've gone now, we need to check, where they need to do what we call performance appraisals or performance contracts for head teachers. There's a policy that we're coming up with, and also there is what is called the teachers policy coming up, which is going to handle an emulation of teachers in government schools, but also in private schools, making sure that, and then also making sure everyone who teaches in a primary school, secondary school, and all of them are degree holders, they're well remunerated, they have contracts, they have performance appraisals, which have obviously performance contracts vis-a-vis that. If you're head of a school, even if it's a government school, when you don't perform, they sack you and replace you with someone who can perform. Maybe in future, we'll have private schools performing equal like government schools. That's my hope and belief.
But for Kanan, I think it is important to note that it's very good that the government has made the decision to allow pregnant girls or teenage mothers to return. But it takes more than a policy and a decision. You need to facilitate that. A mother has a burden, has more responsibilities than just being a student. We need a lot of that, more than that. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you so much.
It has been a very incredible conversation. Thank you so much, our panelists, for the day. The conversation still goes on the whole week. I want us to clap for our panelists, and I want to call on to Kanan to take us to the next item of the agenda.
Well, thank you very much, Marion, and thank you very much, our dear panelists, for this wisdom and knowledge. I just want to find out from the rest of the house, how are we feeling right now? Yeah? You're feeling like food? Wow, okay. We're continuing to have our conversation, and we will be going for lunch in a few, but I just wanted to let our dear panelists know that we will be going for a very short tour of the place, very, very brief tour, and we will be going for lunch in a few. Speaking of hunger, I want to find out from El Shaddai. El Shaddai, can you hear us?
Should be coming up right about...
I can hear you, Kanan.
Bella, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us, guys?
Yes, awesome.
Yes, you are on radio, so we can hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to let you know that we are on social media. So we live in a new era where journalism is not only pen and paper, we are also on the different social media platforms. And as it turns out, this very event is also happening on social media. How can people access us?
Yes, Facebook page is Media Challenge. UG, Twitter handle is IM Challenge, UG, and then Instagram is Media Challenge. I think Media Challenge. Yes.
Media Challenge Initiative UG.
Yes, Initiative UG. And please, 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 our YouTube, we are live on our YouTube page. If you could, pass by, leave a comment until, we check, or a question, we'll be able to see that.
All right, that is wonderful. And we also have the Media Challenge Radio, MCI Radio. You guys can download the application, or you can use our links to listen in. We're currently live, and we have some presenters, El Shaddai and Bella. If you can hear us, make some noise for us.
Whoa! Pulo, Mr. DJ.
Yeah, that. Huh? If you can hear us, give us a peace sign. If you can hear us, touch your head. If you can hear us, touch your shoulders. Bella can't hear us.
You just want to be a bully.
No, what? If you can hear us, raise your leg.
You just want to be a bully. But interestingly enough, Kanan,
yes.
Welcome back from the session, and those that are actually following the conversation on our online platforms, we want to actually say that the conversations have been actually so much intriguing.
Very impactful. Very impactful.
I don't know, I've been able to actually listen through and take some notes, but I'll definitely find out from you, Bella.
Well, most of the points that have been raised, I mean, connect to me as a student. Personally, I am doing my final year. And it is being very hard for people to connect to, because now we're transitioning to physical classes. And when we were online, it was easier for someone to go to work, easier for someone to multitask. And now you have to be in 4 to 5 places at the same time. So as we're trying to adapt to the online education, we now have to go back to the old models and then have to sit in class. But then the other thing is universities or like institutions are not really paying attention to what is going online, because there's a lot of things that have been happening, but you will realize that right now we're set to do examinations, but they have not evaluated or monitored to find out how has the online education been for all these students. Are they ready to do the examinations?
So let me ask you a question, Bella. On a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are you for your examinations currently?
I'm not ready because we've not yet even finished the syllabus, so there's no readiness in this.
All right, Anel Shaddai, to you. One of our panelists asked us a question about what we did as journalists during the lockdown. So when the lockdown was going on, El Shaddai, what did you do to contribute to being that grain of sugar that eventually piles up to be a kilo?
Interestingly, I would actually admit and acknowledge the fact that Kanan, you are a good poet, and you tell your stories in parables. But anyway, personally, it was a very whole nice experience, and I think I'm one of the biggest winners of the COVID-19 pandemic. As other people were lamenting, me, I was jubilating because it was within a pandemic that I got my first job in one of the biggest media houses in Uganda. And I was able to actually have first-hand experience with what it means to work in times of uncertainties, most especially as a media practitioner. So Kanan, to me, it was a blessing in disguise. So I don't have anything to say that COVID-19 was, as you were actually eating your popcorns at home, me, I was actually sourcing stories.
I was not only eating popcorns, I was a failed TikToker during the lockdown. I tried TikTok, but I would put my video up and I'd even forget to like my own video. It was painful.
I don't think we have any failures here. I always look at that as an experience to learn.
A painful
and
one,
yes,
mind you.
It
Thank
is
you so
painful.
much, Tracy. I think I should give you a hand of applause for that.
I just want to find out. So we recently had the East Festival, and one of the sessions that was in there is how to use TikTok as a journalist, how to use TikTok platform as a journalist. And it was good because they started by telling us how to get engagement. So now I no longer rely on my mom to remind her, can I log into your phone and like my own video? Yes. But let me find out from you, Tracy. What were you doing during the lockdown that was contributing to journalism or anything of the sort?
Well, I think for me, personally, I literally went back to being, a full-time mom. I became a nurse. I became literally everything for this team I have back at home. And so for me, I came from being a journalist and taking on so many roles at the same time. Online classes, at first you're a student yourself, and then you become a teacher. And then you do it all. And for me, that was an experience that I cannot wait to share with the world, storytelling through personal experiences. I think most of us did that.
Well, I've never been a mom, but I'm sure that it must have been quite an exciting experience. So, Bella, have you ever been a mom? Quick question.
In a few years to come.
In a few years to come.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about something that you are experienced about, and that is the Sustainable Development Goals. So what is your favorite SDG, or what SDG stands out the most for you?
I think for me it's gender equality.
I knew it. I knew
Yay!
it.
Exactly. So when we talk about gender equality, especially for the women in the media space, it's a very important aspect of the SDGs.
And what does that mean for you? What is gender equality in relation to journalism to you?
Well, aside from the fact that people nowadays just use it to talk about feminism, and then there's this other side of feminism that people don't really get, but the actual feminism.
The one that is radical.
Not that one. the one that actually emphasizes that women should have equal opportunities, equal pay at their workplaces. And as the media, we might not exactly be the people who encourage gender bias, but sometimes we actually add fuel to fire, or we are the ones that are pushing this topic about gender equality.
But
and
Bella,
because of the sources, the bylines, if you see the sources and bylines and references that are made in the media, you'll find that it's only 25% as of the report in 2020. 25% of the women that are being covered in terms of referencing or bylines, and it's not a good balance. So we should find a way as the media, how do we make sure that everybody is catered for? How do we make sure that women are put at the forefront?
And talking about that, Bella, I understand and the point where you're coming from, but bringing context to this, and maybe Tracy will also help us answer this particular question. As we look at promoting effective media coverage on SDGs in Uganda, gender equality here, that I have a full box of it, gender equality here.
Yes. El Shaddai, where did you find that box, man?
You know, okay, these are like, okay.
We spent the night designing boxes.
Okay, my question is, how possible are we going to be able to meet this particular, target? I will call it a goal of gender equality without creating gender bias at the end of the day. Because when you look at that, very many young women have misunderstood the entire concept of gender equality. Some of them are saying, we'll not get married. This is what it means to be, equal. Others are going to say, we are not going to be able to submit, before our husbands. And before you know it, we have a lot of single moms. We have a lot of, single ladies. And that takes me to a question: how can we achieve this without creating gender bias?
It takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of correlating and, being together in the system as men and women, making sure that we make that both balance. Because if women are going to radicalize, or some male feminists who are going to radicalize the whole feminism aspect, then we're not going to achieve what we want to achieve, which is gender equality. At the end of the day, I think that if systems or if institutions and organizations cater for gender balance, then there's going to be gender balance in media coverage.
So as a journalist, Bella, what's your role to actually put this on table to let our fellow women understand that, hey, gender equality that we are talking about is not...
I think educate more and also fact check more. As a fact checker, I would fact check more about what feminism is and what gender equality is.
Actually, Bella, that's a good point to mention in relation to fact checking. I want to just fact check something small with members here in the main event space.
Please go on.
I just wanted to fact check. There is a claim that some members here might be hungry. How far true is this? It's very true. Are you sure we should fact check this? Yeah? What are some of the measures we can use? If you're hungry and you know it, raise your hand. All right, wonderful. So I'm just going to invite
a very hungry member of parliament.
Yeah.
Kainan.
Yes.
You should also consider us. We have 2 cameramen in this room, and they also actually ascertain to the fact that they are hungry.
Man, we paid you to talk. You remain there and talk. So you can tell us, just tell us your name.
Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette. Oh. Now, Marie Antoinette.
Don't eat cake.
If you cannot afford to remain hungry, go home. No, I'm kidding. Marie, how would you love to pray for us so that we can go for lunch?
I pray for the meal.
Yes, you can pray for the meal.
Okay, humble ourselves and we pray. Loving Father, loving Jesus Christ, we give you honor and glory, for you deserve it, mighty Father. We bless your name, for you are holy. As we are going for our lunch, Jesus Christ, we pray that you may bless our stomachs, bless the people that are having it, bless the hands that prepared it, and bless us, Jesus Christ, as we down the meal, mighty Father. We give you honor and glory. We thank you. Thank you so much. I've prayed through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you for keeping it brief. Yeah, you could have started praying for the university, There are people who know how to pray and move here. When you see people moving like this, you know this is not a person to call to pray for lunch.
Thank God you didn't actually give the chance to Dana Yebali.
Dana Yebali would pray for his clan and everything. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is ready. And so it's very simple. The lunch is going to be served right outside here. These are Ugandan directions. So it's very simple anyways. We will be being ushered to go for our lunch, yeah, so that we don't have a stampede for the food. So you'll be ushered very simply through the exit right behind there, and you'll be having your lunch. The lunch is ready, and it is waiting for you.
Just a word of caution. Please remember, we are following SOPs. Put your mask on if you're going for, the lineup, because it's less than 2 meters apart. Keep safe and have a nice lunch.
Okay, I like you, Madam Teacher, Tracy.
El Shaddai,
Yeah.
wait to be ushered. Please don't leave the studio just yet.
I just love the way you actually gave the directive. You remind me of my English teacher.
Well, El Shaddai, just on that very topic of gender equality.
I just want to get your take.
My take is, I think why women would not be in a space, in the headspace to submit, comes from the fact that they've been kind of put into that position. I feel like they are trying to rebel against something. If they're not going to be very submissive, then you kind of want to ask the question, are the men really leading from a point of, servant leadership, or they're leading with more like submit to me or die, some stuff like that?
There is a saying, and
I'll die. Anyways, so ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we need to go for lunch, and I know you guys are really well behaved. At home they taught you to soka kulain, but this time round it's going to be different. Our dear ushers are standing right there.
Media challenge, UG, and then
Yeah, and we've been informed that there's 30 plates left. So after the first 30 people, you might not get lunch. And that does not include you,
El
Bella
Shaddai.
or El Shaddai. So, Bella, you were still telling us that you're fasting today?
No, I can't
think that's
fast
a
on
lie.
such a day. How can I?
Yes. Anyways, Tracy, before you had a very important point about men leading. Are they leading from the front? Are they leading from the back? How?
Yes. My question was, you don't have to compete in this space. Okay. I feel like the gender sensitivity that is thrown around comes from the fact that mainly some people don't entirely understand that there's enough space for both sexes to kind of, do this thing together.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if we are more inclusive,
Yeah.
if we are more collaborative than competitive,
Yeah.
I feel like gender equality can be achieved by 2030. I don't know about you, Kenan.
I think that it is possible, but one of the panelists mentioned a very important point about like statistics and sweeping statements. So let's find out, for instance, what are some of the roles that you think or believe women should occupy more, maybe in the journalism space that they currently don't?
I want to see more media house owners, ladies, like owning that space, and not necessarily just the employee part.
Yeah.
I want them owning these brands, owning these stations. Yes.
So let's find out. Bella, do you plan on having a media house at any one point in time?
I already have one.
But she's already a CEO.
Oh, tell us about your organization, Bella.
Well, I run Tuli Concepts, where
Uh-huh.
we do concept creation for people who are looking to do podcasts or shows, and they don't know how to do that. Or sometimes we actually go ahead and do voiceovers for animations, audio books. So we have like a whole bunch of amazing voice artists on our voice bank, which is like one of the new I think ways of outsourcing voice artists, 'cause you don't have to just go on Twitter and say, "Banaye nonya yogelo."
So does any voice count?
Any voice
Can you
counts.
utilize my
as long
voice?
As we
because
as long as we train you and
Do you think El Shaddai is trainable?
people are showing me food through the window.
Kainan,
Guys,
there
this
is
violence going on here.
I do not know what you're referring to, but yes, Bella.
Like you need to rescue us. People are showing us food through the windows.
Traumatizing.
Twabasasudde mwogere, please speak. So, Bella, you had an important point. Please go on as we eat. I just want, I know you can't see us, but we are also having our plates of food here.
If you don't have food, Kanan, I'm okay with that.
Yes,
No, we obviously have our food. Before we announced for us, we settled ourselves.
I can see you just rubbing your hands together, so.
But yes.
Do you know a monkey giving out, a yellow banana in the heart? It's like, okay, I also need this, yeah? I need to give it away. Now it's Canaan there.
El Shaddai, it seems you grew up with a lot of monkeys.
Anyway, I had a very, there is someone who quoted and said, the power to command comes from the ability to provide, and whoever provides has the ability to command. So bringing this to gender equality, we've seen a lot of families and maybe where the lady or the woman is providing and she has the power to command. You don't have any authority as a man to even switch off, the TV. You don't have to switch to, leave Nickelodeon when kids are watching TV and watch Amasengeje. You understand? So, because you don't pay a car, first of all, the lady pays the subscription fee. So you feel like you're left out as a man because you are not able to provide. But how can this whole narrative, or actually, I would call it a trauma that men have, can be kicked out?
El Shaddai, I think the one thing, there's a problem with, I think, the whole nurturing element. You're taught to lead, you're not taught to coexist. And I think there's a challenge right there, because when the roles are more equitable and you're in a space where, you and your wife have the same, money, or she has more, you don't know how to coexist in that, in that environment. You're known to lead, to be on top of things, but I think we need to go back to the drawing board and learn to coexist.
So Tracy, I actually have a question for you in that regard. There's a question that I normally ask gentlemen, and now I'm going to ask you two as ladies from this perspective. I normally ask the gentlemen how they would feel if their wife or their girlfriend buys a car before them. But now I want to find out from you, how would you feel? Like, just put yourself in that space where you are maybe at work, all your male colleagues have cars and everything, but your husband or boyfriend does not, and you have one. So what would you think about that kind of situation? Would you be absolutely okay?
Personally, I think I would be okay. I would be okay with that. And
like
I think,
dropping your husband to work in the morning?
I think actually it's very weird in a way that women are taught to, not taught, I think are naturally nurturing, in that even in that space, you really want your better half to sort of level up, and you're somehow, forced in a situation
Question
where...
of leveling up.
No, you end up either asking him to drop you instead,
In your car?
Yes, in my car, and then he drives back, and then he comes and
But
takes me
why
out.
is that?
Because I don't think in my headspace I'm comfortable with it, but I've noticed most of the time the man is not comfortable with you dropping them, and they're comfortable with...
So, the interesting point, the interesting conversation around these kind of matters is, maybe we can find out from El Shaddai. I would think that one of the reasons why the men might feel uncomfortable is because they think the woman is going to feel uncomfortable in that situation. And so I think we create a situation where, have you ever had your crush on you, but no one can say it first? So if El Shaddai has, this is a very big hypothetical, I know, but if El Shaddai had a girlfriend, he'd probably think...
Just use live examples.
He would
use live examples.
He would think that maybe his girlfriend is going to feel like he's less of a guy because he doesn't have a car yet, and so he will want to be the one to drop her even when it's in his car, in her car. And she, on the other end, will be thinking what you've just mentioned. So how about just getting to a point, for me, as maybe this is too idealistic, but I'd love, like the way we say we don't see color, I'd love to not see gender at all, whereby if you get the money to buy a car, buy it. If you're going to drop me, well and good. But let me also just get like being realistic, and you can always decline answering any question. But let me ask you, Tracy.
Kanan.
Yes.
Before you ask Tracy.
Yes.
Can we also, there is also another SDG we can put into consideration. That is SDG 2. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, zero hunger.
How can we fit that in this situation?
No hunger.
I think that zero hunger can start with important people and then radio presenters. Those ones we will sort. But I wanted to find out, let me find out from you, Tracy. When was the last time, and you can decline to answer, it's all right. When was the last time you, with your own money, took your husband out on a date?
That was last month.
Last month?
Yeah, that was last month.
Do such women exist?
Wow. Okay.
No, to be honest, I think, guys, it's very normal. It's very normal. I'm not saying we are where we want to be, but we need to acknowledge we are not where we used to be. And ladies are doing this and much more, and still staying humble.
Wow.
What do you think of the fact that women now have to propose to men? Is that also part of gender equality?
Kenan can answer that.
I wouldn't say yes.
What?
A woman.
Why is that, El Shaddai?
Sorry?
I think this is why? Why would you not say yes?
Because I think, okay, I would say it is supposed to be a gender role for a man to propose.
How and why is that a gender role?
I think there are some things that actually have to stay the same, regardless of different diversities.
I think that gender roles, and this is my perspective as an individual, I believe that gender roles should strictly be biological, like biologically speaking, whereby gender roles in terms of the child being generated, I want to keep it PG, but there is like a man has his gender side of things, he has a contribution to the fertilization, and the woman also has her contribution. But besides something that is biologically restricting, I don't think that anything else should be gender role. Because when you talk about providing, we know that we have so many mothers that have provided in situations where men have been absent, you know. In terms of nurturing, we've seen men who have been able to nurture their children even when the woman has been absent in that situation. So I don't think those should be gender roles besides the biological factor of it. And one thing we need to appreciate is that society grooms us in particular ways from the time we are young. So when I'm born, let's say in a situation where I have a twin who is a girl, society is going to groom her from when she's young. That, for instance, mind your body. Your body needs to be watched. When it comes to sex, for instance, she's the one who's giving the sex, and if they catch us having like a young girl and a young boy, they're going to look at the woman unfairly for saying that like the blame is mostly on her. And then the boy is like, you know, whatever you do with your body, that's okay, that's fine. And you're being nurtured in that perspective. But also, the boy is being taught that if you don't hustle...
Kanan,
yes.
You're talking about something that you're so much passionate about. And I
SDGs, yes.
Yes, SDGs. But I think this is a whole conversation that can go on, because there is a person out there who definitely say, where is culture now in this picture?
Exactly. El Shaddai.
And different other norms that are supposed to be done. So I think that particular conversation should be switched to zero hunger.
El Shaddai, I just have a quick question. El Shaddai, I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
The SDG goals, right? When they were being adopted in 2015, my question would be, were they contextualized like to the African setting? Did anyone ask the relevant questions?
Thank you so much that you're asking that question.
Yes.
Do we know who actually, I think one of the panelists in the last panel that we had asked who said so? Who said that we should study for 7 years? Who said that we need to be in high school for 6 years? It is the same question that I will ask. Who was consulted when these...
Can I respond to that?
Because when it comes to like gender equality, it's very vast in nature, and you have to put into consideration some of these things. Do they really, you know,
do they work for us?
Do they work for us?
Let me respond to that very quickly. We had Mr. Albert coming forward, and he was telling his senior advisor. So he was talking about the fact that when the SDGs were being created, we had a representative from Uganda, and that is Honorable Sam Kutesa, who actually was
the president.
Yeah, the president at the time, and we're something called a forerunner. So in theory,
5 steps of creating engaging short videos.
When you get into
one is ideate.
You realize
that you cannot tell a story without an idea. Find an idea. After finding an idea, plan.
And that's to separate some of these things. But we have something called systems thinking, where you think of a system. Culture, for instance, plays a very big role in education. Conversations and subjects that will be taught because culture so for instance we have science that what we call science. The government and the president has come out to say that it's important refers to have the scientists.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, you know, particularly today, training has been so nourishing to me.
Impact and effect
Why
on these
do I say
SDGs.
so?
It's something that needs to be looked at thoroughly.
Personally, I've never taken chance to use smartphones.
Really continue to have
I use a shabby phone.
Dissect these
But
different
today,
SDGs.
I got
And Bella is
inspired
looking at me like I'm one of those people that
addressed with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone.
Today's sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can
So we have an example
tell the
of
story and send online.
the gentleman that is
At the
starting
same
a
time,
city
how I can
here
create
in northern Uganda.
write a narrative by use of Word doc. That's what I learned today.
I learned how to design
using
websites trees, and also how to use my phone. Like I said, we are just using phones, but we don't know how to build our So I'm going to use this to write stories, to change people, to resonate with people out there.
And today, I am able to
What we consider development here is how quickly we can
using
adjust to the Western civilization.
which initially I didn't know.
Develop skyscrapers.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the
tarmac
refugee
roads,
camp,
and that's what we consider.
the story has always been negative.
But
we should know that this negative story is also
to this, the culture and norms that are being destroyed in order to implement this are very strong. So in creating cities that are sustainable, we need to first analyze whether we are coming from a perspective of how quickly we can adjust to the Western world, or how quickly we can develop cities that are in relation to our own culture and our own traditions that we were used to. That's what I think and believe about that.
And maybe speaking of that, I just want us to bring reality into this particular picture. Looking at the timeline that we have, it is suggested that by 2030, we should actually have met all these goals. But so far as it stands, we have like 9 years to meet that target.
Can we?
Can we be able, looking at how Kampala City looks like apparently, looking at the time that was actually spent on, constructing this northern bypass, the Entebbe Express Highway, and maybe looking at the structure of buildings that are in Kampala. Is this particular goal being met? Can it be met actually? And within what particular period of time can we meet this? Bella, if at all you have any clue, because you might be working for the government.
Hey, thank you for the Uyinja. But, well, I think first as journalists, I mean, we've been told solutions journalism and all these things. How do we make sure that we look out for the people who have done something about it? First of all, I'm hungry, but yeah, how can we look out for people who have done something in terms of creating careers and business opportunities, safe and affordable housing? Is that something that we see here in Uganda? If yes, what are we doing about it? Yeah, so creating green public spaces, generally just seeing how we are trying to avoid greenhouse emissions, but more people are buying cars, more people are doing this and that, industries every now and then. But what are they doing as individuals to make sure that these things are lessened and more people are being protected and we're just living in a green environment?
Tracy, as someone who actually drives a car or has been, into all these transport kind of means,
yes.
Would you actually, wake up one day and say, I'm going to actually take either a bicycle or I'm going to walk to work so that I can be, someone who has, stood out to be able to reach this particular goal? As a journalist, what can you definitely do? Should you act by example, or it is definitely going to stay in reporting these stories and putting them all over, media platforms?
I agree. For me, it starts with, yes, the thought process, the idea, the attitude. And I think this is, I know people don't like Uganda being compared to Rwanda for obvious reasons, but that's one of the countries that is sticking out with its Go Green campaign, with its climate change, with its, they have, public transport. They have a car-free day, car-free zones. These are structures that start all the way from the top. And I think if we do not address leadership, if we do not address governance, some of these will literally just stay theories. And we need a very practically aware sort of governance that is all about the do and not the talk. If you're going to, you have to walk the talk, literally. So if I am a journalist and I am covering this particular SDG goal, I need to create more awareness. I need to create more influence, whether it's my lifestyle. It starts because you are the biggest billboard. You start with no littering, literally. And
so should we say, Tracy, from today moving on, no more driving?
I will create a car-free day, if that's what you're asking. For starters, a car-free day. You're welcome to join me, El Shaddai, after lunch today.
You're saying El Shaddai to join you in a car-free day. His every day is a car-free day. But let me just jump in and say I don't think that it's about the fact that we need to start walking. No, that's not moving forward. But we need to see how can we drive in a safer, cleaner way. So we have companies like Tesla that are making cars which are electric, And so it's not a question of whether I need to walk. It's a question of, can I start to think of how I can get a Tesla in? And moving from an individual level, we also need to think of the government level. How can the government make sure that we have more of these electric cars and the likes coming in? Of course, if you already have load shedding in your home, you're not going to allow load shedding for cars. So by the time you bring that electric car, make sure that people have enough electricity. But Bella and El Shaddai, I know you love to speak, and so I'm going to give you the platform to keep on speaking as Tracy and I go for lunch. We love you so much. See you after we are satisfied.
What you're actually doing, you're going to pay for that double. And I know if we reach heaven, I will have to report you to the Almighty.
My paradise starts in 20 minutes from now.
But Bella, we will definitely have this conversation over and over again. But looking at some facts here that are coming through, it is stipulated that in 2018, about 4.2 billion people, that is about 55% of the world's population, lived in cities. And by 2050, it is estimated that it will reach about 6.5 billion people living in cities. I want to give clear examples, and I don't want to leave out Uganda as a country. We have a lot of, unoccupied places whereby
people are just rushing to get into the cities.
They
are migrating, congesting the cities. And yes, we know that there are a lot of opportunities in the cities, but can't we be able to create those opportunities in those places? I think for me, this would be one of those solutions that we look at decongesting the cities, and then we have a fresher kind of environment.
I think it's the same thing with migration to other countries. I mean, literally, people from our own country here in Uganda will leave for better opportunities and go elsewhere and seek those opportunities. Of course, they're congesting those areas where they're going, say New York.
Is it an opportunity? Is it a threat?
Sometimes it is an opportunity for some countries, and to some other countries it is a threat, because people who are already found in those countries will feel like you who has come into our country, you are actually a competition and we have to do away with you, or we have to find means of out-competing you. So sometimes it is a question of how do we make sure that even those people who are leaving are not actually leaving, but creating opportunities here.
Well, definitely. Bella, this particular conversation is one that we can talk about over and over again. But for those who are actually following us off, different social media platforms, we actually say that this is MCI Radio for African Voices. Any person that is so much, in love with telling stories.
The African story.
The African stories, changing narratives and different other things that you can definitely talk about. This is a space for you. And this particular week, like Kainan told you, all conversations are going to be around SDGs. How can we be able to actually cover and report these SDGs so that people can get to understand? The conversations are going to go on all over, but later on we are going to be able to have some lightning talks. And this particular one, I will definitely be having Kate Namyalo Mpaire, from the Ministry of Water and Environment, talking about SDG 6, that is clean water and sanitation. So do not miss out that. Exactly after our lunch break, we'll definitely be going into this. The other lightning talk will be coming in from Geoffrey Mutabazi, the founder and CEO of Charge Core Technologies. We'll be talking about SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy. In the same place, we'll definitely be having Dr. Mujibu Nkambo from the National Fisheries Resources and Research Institute, talking about SDG 14, life below water. So all these lightning talks are focusing on a particular, kind of SDG. So find yourself in one of them that you're so much passionate about, most especially when it comes to reporting about it, and we'll definitely see you through. We're going to be able to watch some videos probably that have been made by the MCI production team as we take a break. But remember, we'll be returning shortly.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, particularly today's training has been so nourishing to me. Why do I say so? Personally, I've never taken a chance to use smartphones, and I use a shabby phone. But today, I got inspired that if you want to remain abreast with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone around us.
Those sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can tell the story and send online. At the same time, how I can create writing narratives by use of Word doc. That's what I learned today.
I learned how to design websites, that's one thing, and also how to use my phone. Like I said, we are just using phones, but we don't know how to use phones. So I'm going to use this to report, to write stories, to change people, to resonate with people out there.
And today, I am able to learn how to record and edit using a smartphone, which initially I didn't know.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the refugees camp, and the story has always been negative. We should know that these negative stories also kill our esteem, it kills our confidence and the children out there. So as media, I would like the media to drop their word refugee as a burden, because we're not burdens like we have learned here. We're not burdens. We have things that can change the hosting communities. So I want the media to cover us through our eyes.
I've been reporting, especially, I've been dealing with gender-based violence reporting, particularly in Ajuman district, in those settlements like Nyumanzi, Baratuku, Ailo 1 and 2, Boroli. But I think there's something that was lacking. What I used to do is simply rush to the field. Sometimes after an event has happened, speak to few people who may be victims, who may be culprits, who may not be true witnesses, and so on. So, but I've got to learn today that, that is not the way. We must always do more on the positive side.
And when I get back to the community, the same thing I've learned here, I'll also excel to the community, where they should tell their own story, they should excel their story, they should not be cowards, and they should not even cut their voice into raise their voices. I'll be the voices of the community, and the community will also tell their story, whereby everybody will be at the position to see when to go to their own life.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, are we ready? Zap, zip, zap, zip, zip, zap.
Think about a topic in your community, yeah? And which topic can you really do? He said gender-based violence, and then he gave us a question. So you get that question, go to your phone recorder and record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Are you able to highlight? Yes, absolutely. Well, go now after highlighting.
Five steps of creating engaging short videos. One is ideate. That you cannot tell a story without an idea. Find an idea. After finding an idea, plan.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, particularly today's training has been so nourishing to me. Why do I say so? Personally, I've never taken a chance to use smartphones. And I use a shabby phone. But today, I got inspired that if you want to remain abreast with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone around us.
Those sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can tell the story and send online. At the same time, how I can create write narrative by use of a Word doc. That's what I learned today.
I learned how to design website, that's one thing, and also how to use my phone. Like I said, we are just using phones, but we don't know how to use phones. So I'm going to use this to report, to write stories, to change people, to resonate with people out there.
And today, I am able to learn how to record and edit using a smartphone, which initially I didn't know.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the refugees camp, and the story has always been negative. We should know that these negative stories also kill our esteem, it kills our confidence and the children out there. So as media, I would like the media to drop their word refugee as a burden, because we're not burdens like we have learned here. We're not burdens, we have things that can change the hosting communities. So I want the media to cover us through our eyes.
I've been reporting, especially, I've been dealing with gender-based violence reporting, particularly in Ajuman district, in those settlements like Nyomazi, Baratuku, Islo 1 and 2, Borori. But I think there's something that was lacking. What I used to do is simply rush to the field. Sometimes after an event has happened, speak to few people who may be victims, who may be culprits, who may not be true witnesses, and so on. So, but I've got to learn today that, that is not the way. We must always do more on the positive side.
And when I get back to the community, the same thing I've learned here, I'll also excel to the community, where they should tell their own story, they should excel their story, they should not be cowards, and they should not even cut their voice into raise their voices. I'll be the voices of the community, and the community will also tell their story, whereby everybody will be at the position to see when to go to their own life.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, are we ready? Zap, zip, zap, zap, zip, zip.
Hello, say hello.
Think about a topic in your community, yeah? And how can you, which topic can you really do? He said gender-based violence, and then he gave us a question. So you get that question, go to your phone recorder and record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Hello.
Are you able to highlight? Yes, absolutely.
Hello,
well, go now after highlighting.
5 steps of creating engaging short videos. One is ideate. That you cannot tell a story without an idea. Find an idea. After finding an idea, plan.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, you know, particularly today's training has been so nourishing to me. Why do I say so? You know, personally, I've never taken a chance to use smartphones, and I use a shabby phone. But today, I got inspired that if you want to remain abreast with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone around us.
Those sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can tell the story and send online. At the same time, how I can create write narratives by use of a Word doc. That's what I learned today.
I learned how to design website, that's one thing, and also how to use my phone. Like I said, we are just using phones, but we don't know how to use phones. So I'm going to use this to report, to write stories, to change people, to resonate with people out there.
And today, I am able to learn how to record and edit using a smartphone, which initially I didn't know.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the refugee camp, and the story has always been negative. We should know that these negative stories also kill our esteem, it kills our confidence and the children out there. So as media, I would like the media to drop their word refugee as a burden, because we're not burdens like we have learned here. We're not burdens, we have things that can change the hosting communities. So I want the media to cover us through our eyes.
I've been reporting, especially, I've been dealing with gender-based violence reporting, particularly in Ajuman district, in those settlements like Nyumanzi, Baratuku, Islo 1 and 2, Boroli. But I think there's something that was lacking. What I used to do is simply rush to the field. Sometimes after an event has happened, speak to few people who may be victims, who may be culprits, who may not be true witnesses, and so on. So, but I've got to learn today that, you know, that is not the way. We must always do more on the positive side.
And when I get back to the community, the same thing I've learned here, I'll also excel to the community, where they should tell their own story, they should excel their story, they should not be cowards, and they should not even cut their voice into raise their voices. I'll be the voices of the community, and the community will also tell their story, whereby everybody will be at the position to see when to go to their own life.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, are we ready? Zap, zip, zap, zap, zip, zip, zap.
Think about a topic in your community, yeah? And how can you, which topic can you really do? He said gender-based violence, and then he gave us a question. So you get that question, go to your phone recorder and record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Are you able to highlight? Yes, absolutely. Well, go now after highlighting.
Five steps of creating engaging short videos. One is ideate, that you cannot tell a story without an idea. Find an idea. After finding an idea, plan.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, you know, particularly today's training has been so nourishing to me. Why do I say so? You know, personally, I've never taken a chance to use smartphones, and I use a shabby phone. But today, I got inspired that if you want to remain abreast with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone around us.
Today's sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can tell the story and send online. At the same time, how I can create write narrative by use of a Word doc. That's what I learned today.
I learned how to design website, that's one thing, and also have my phone. Like I said, we are just using phones, but we don't know how to use phones. So I'm going to use this to report, to write stories, to change people, to resonate with people out there.
And today, I am able to learn how to record and edit using a smartphone, which initially I didn't know.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the refugees camp, and the story has always been negative. We should know that these negative stories also kill our esteem, it kills our confidence and the children out there. So as media, I would like the media to drop their word refugee as a burden, because we're not burdens like we've learned here. We're not burdens, we have things that can change the hosting communities. So I want the media to cover us through our eyes.
I've been reporting, especially, I've been dealing with gender-based violence reporting, particularly in Ajuman district, in those settlements like Nyumanzi, Baratuku, Ailo 1 and 2, Boroli. But I think there's something that was lacking. What I used to do is simply rush to the field. Sometimes after an event has happened, speak to few people who may be victims, who may be culprits, who may not be true witnesses, and so on. So, but I've got to learn today
to raise their voices. I'll be the voices of the community, and the community will also tell their story, whereby everybody will be at the position to see when to go to their own life.
Make your way to the main arena.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, are we ready? Zap, zip, zap, zap, zip, zip, zap.
Think about a topic in your community, yeah? And which topic can you really do? He said gender-based violence, and then he gave us a question. So you get that question, go to your phone recorder and record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Are you able to highlight? Yes, absolutely. Well, go now after highlighting.
Take your seats. We start Kenan is back. Welcome back.
Why, thank you very much.
Tell
Quite
a good
beautiful
story.
lunch, I'll say. Quite delicious.
Tell a good
but
story.
I just wanted to ask, I know...
How do you get people to understand better? How do you sensitize people? How do you get to this educational effect?
We have made up a statement, which is climate change journalists are climate leaders. And for us, that is our belief as an organization.
Climate change is real, and it's a responsibility for all of us to mitigate climate change.
As young journalists,
really quick,
stakeholders, UNDP,
discussions
Office of the Prime Minister, our partners, you can take that. We want more investment into journalists. We want more engagement of journalists in the national strategic plans for adaptation and mitigation. We want them fully involved, not just as reporters, but as leaders in that area.
I think that it will be the most relatable.
Yes, I think it's the right time to discuss the zero hunger. It will be our first one, and it will be, after that, a quick question and answer session, and then it will be followed by clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and life below water. Who's looking forward to that? Hey, yes, yes. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make use of the seats, and let's try and avoid the backbenching syndrome. Maybe a quick one. How was lunch? Hey, how was lunch? Perfect. By show of hands, who thought lunch was perfect? Yay, I think lunch was perfect. For me personally, it was very, very filling. So maybe I'll, in the meantime, ask, we still happen to have our poet of the day in the building, Mr. Ishak Subuga. And I wanted to have a quick question with Ishak. I really wanted to find out what truly inspired his writing. That was a very powerful poem, Mr. Ishak. Maybe I will ask you a few questions. What really triggered that poem?
All right, thank you so much. So I wrote this poem about the Sustainable Development Goals and basing on the theme which is promoting effective media coverage of SDGs in Uganda. Yeah, and I wrote it last night.
Wow, last night. But I'm not surprised. That's creatives for you. They are always, always inspired at the slightest of words. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Subuga with that powerful poem. All right, I think we are about to start with the No Poverty session. Sorry, it's zero hunger. You good?
All right, let's do just some quick exercise, okay? I'm just going to request everyone at the count of 3 to just shout how you're feeling. One word to express how you're feeling. Are we ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1. What? In 3, 2, 1. You guys. All right, okay. We're going to have lightning talks. We're going to be talking about some of the SDGs that we have not yet talked about, some of the important SDGs that we need to dive into. And our discussion, the people that will be leading the discussions are already here with us. Just a quick reminder that as you participate, you are also here as a journalist. And so come the D-Day, you will be tasked to present stories and news on these particular discussions. So keep those ears alert, keep those questions ready and burning. And so without further ado, we're going to start inviting the people that will be taking us through these discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite Madam Kate Namyalo Mpeire of Ministry of Water and Environment to come and talk to us about SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation.
Feel free to use the seat in front of you, right in front of you. Let's move closer for this particular discussion. Please use the seat in front of you if it's empty and not the extreme end.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can see the energy levels are still high. Welcome back from lunch. As I've been introduced, my name is Kate Namialo Mpaire. And I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as the Senior Environmental Health Officer. So my task here is very, very simple, just to have a discussion with you regarding SDG 6, which talks about clean water and sanitation for all. So I know most of you know that water and sanitation are a backbone to economic development, health, and well-being of our communities. So it's very, very key that we discuss it and look at the challenges, the interventions so far done, and the recommendations. I prepared for your PowerPoint presentation. Oops, yeah, that's the outline. It's very short. It looks a bit a lot, but it's very short. So I know earlier in the day you talked about the SDGs. I'm having technological issues here. It's not moving well. Oh yeah, that's okay. So I will not go through this because I know they've discussed why the SDGs, when did they come into play, how many are they, and how many targets do we have? Under those targets, how many indicators? So I will not elaborate a lot on that, but the building principle of these SDGs is leaving no one behind. We want inclusive cooperation and interconnectedness in tackling issues to do with poverty, peace and prosperity, as well as economic development. So just a quick, I don't know if the earlier presenters talked about the differences, but maybe the difference between the Millennium Development Goals, which we all know that ended in 2015, were mainly looking at problems and not digging into what are the root causes of the problems of these conditions that we have. For example, the poverty, what's causing it, but not digging into the detail of why it's there and what we should do collectively to end poverty. And it was not looking at the sustainability of the outputs or interventions that are being put in place by the different actors to meet their goals. So that's why the UN General Assembly thought that we could build it up with coming up with the Sustainable Development Goals. Just a flash, I know they're everywhere, you know them, and yeah, but just a flash. So me today, my main emphasis will be on clean water and sanitation for all. So what is this SDG 6? SDG 6 talks about ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. The key word here is for all. We are looking at inclusiveness, leaving no one behind in this whole agenda. So why is it critical? When we look at water and sanitation, especially safe water and sanitation, it's a key human right. Everyone is entitled to having clean water and sanitation at all times, at all moments. So it's a human right, and we need it at all the time. So providing services of water and sanitation helps us to have a good life, well-being, and also economic development. And it's also essential in improving nutrition, because if you do not have clean water, you'll take water which is heavily infested with worms or disease-causing germs, and it will bring you diseases. So it will also prevent diseases. It enables the healthcare system. If you do not have water in hospitals, health centers, how will you run how will you treat patients? How will you use some of the technologies and all that? And also, it helps in political institution and full participation of society, that is the women, girls, and the marginalized groups. For example, I'll throw some light here. Most of us here are women, yes. Without proper water and sanitation, how will we handle the menstrual hygiene that every girl goes through? So clean water and sanitation is needed for that. But when we talk about SDG 6, it does not stop at only water and sanitation services. It goes beyond the water cycle. That is right from the ground where we extract it from up to the atmosphere, how it forms, and we get rain and all that. So we need to, it's a cycle. We look at it in all angles. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you through the targets under SDG 6. Like I said, each goal has different targets, and these targets have indicators. And the indicators we are looking at, how are we going to measure achievement of these targets that we've set? For example, by 2030, how are we going to measure that everyone has access to safe water and sanitation services? So target number 1 looks at the proportion, having universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. And that one, when we go into the indicators, we are looking at what is the percentage of the population having safe water in their premises, not walking a distance, but within their premises, and it's free from any contamination, and also it is available when they need it. So that is target number 1. Target number 2 looks at access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all, ending open defecation, but we have to pay special attention to the needs of women and girls in these vulnerable situations. So this one is basically about the sanitation and hygiene. We are looking at, the indicator is what is the proportion of people accessing safely managed sanitation services. Sanitation services we are looking at are toilets which are not shared. It's a household using it, or it's an institution, it's not shared amongst households. It's clean, and how they manage the fecal matter, do they treat it? How do they dispose it of? And all that. So all that has to look at the sanitation service chain, right from when you go to the toilet until the reuse. Yeah, some people use it to make other energy, like briquettes and all that. Let's not go into that. But the second one, under the second indicator under target 2, is looking at the proportion of households or communities having a hand washing facility with soap and using it. So what are we trying to do there? We're trying to promote hygiene. Hygiene, we're looking at hand washing and also menstrual hygiene management for the girls and women. So when we go to target 3, it's mainly to do with reducing pollution, eliminating dumping, minimizing release of hazardous waste and all that. So this one takes into account of how do we manage our wastes, both liquid and solid waste. So here we are trying to look at the indicators. How do we change how do we manage the waste so that they do not pollute the ecosystem where this water comes from? So when we go to target 4, sorry, I'm reading word by word because it's written. I don't want to alter anything in these targets. That's how they are stated under the SDGs. So target 4 is looking at increasing the water use efficiency across all sectors. Maybe this one, it goes to scarcity. By 2030, we want to see that everyone has adequate water which is clean and accessible at all times, all sectors, not only water, but agriculture, energy, and all that. They should be having enough water to use in all the economic activities that it's required. Then when we go to target 5, we're looking at integrated water resources management. When we talk about water resources management, we are looking at the water that we get from the grounds. Those are the water resources. I'm trying to use the basic words. I don't want to use the technical words. How the water that we extract from the ground, how are we replenishing it back? And then we also have some issues, some transboundary water corporations. For example, Uganda shares the Nile Basin with Kagera, which is in Tanzania, then Rwanda, Ethiopia, Egypt. So those interboundary water resources corporations are also talked about in target number 6. Then lastly, we'll talk about the targets. We'll talk about how to protect and restore the water-related ecosystems. For example, the lakes, are we polluting them? What are we discharging into those water bodies? The trees and forests, are we conserving them? Because we're seeing a lot of deforestation that is happening right now. So this target talks about making sure that we protect and restore the related ecosystems. I've talked about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, SDG 6 does not work in silos. It directly affects some development goals and then also contributes to the others. So briefly, I'll just highlight on some of the interlinkages. Oops. Sorry about that. I'll give you the linkages between SDG 6 on water and sanitation and other SDGs. One, when we look at goal number 1, which talks of no poverty, here we see that water is a factor of economic development at all levels for all users. We need this water for our industries, but generally for the processes that happen in those economic development centers. So when we look at 2, water is essential to increasing agricultural productivity and industrial food processing. That goes to goal number 2, which talks about zero hunger. Zero hunger, I think, yes. And then when we look at goal number 3, which talks about health, clean water is essential to health. That one is even self-explanatory. If you ingest in dirty water, you'll get sick. If you do not have water in homesteads, health centers, how will you run the healthcare facilities? So when we look at 4, providing sanitation in schools helps in keeping girls in schools. For example, if the recent study showed that schools where the menstrual hygiene management is not handled well, there are cases of girls dropping out from schools because you know that shame that comes from staining your dress and everyone is laughing at you, but you do not have a clean water facility where you're going to wash off and dry and then go back to class. So it also relieves, SDG number 6 also relieves the burden of women in countries who spend excessive time in fetching water. Recently, we did a study. Many women are the ones who are mostly charged with water collection, and they move like for a distance of 1.5 kilometers for some areas. So when we implement SDG 6 and attain our goal, we shall have relieved many women of a burden of walking for long distances where they can even be raped and all that. So that's the interlinkage between goal number 6 and goal number 5. The linkages are so many, but there are quite a number, but I'll just mention a few, the key ones we as the Ministry of Water and Environment are doing. First of all, we are trying to provide safely managed water services at household level, healthcare facilities, institutions like schools, and also workplaces. What are we doing? We are making sure that we provide piped water systems. We are moving away from those things of going to the boreholes. I don't know how many of you know boreholes, where you have to walk for a distance to pump water and then carry the jerry can and then come back home. No, we are now changing those the boreholes, the hand pumps, into piped water systems by motorizing them, pumping the water, and the water goes straight to the people. So that is access for all, as in making sure that the water is in the yard and they are using it. Then we are doing a lot of capacity building of stakeholders, especially in the hygiene and sanitation subsector. And this is not done just, we do it at local governments, civil society organizations, and recently, in the past years before COVID, we've had many engagements with the media where we train them on how to report on water and sanitation issues. And then we are also a technical hub for the hand washing steering committee, which coordinates all activities of hand washing within the country. And in the last years, we've seen that the forest cover has increased to 12% from the 6% that we had like 10 years back. So this is also an achievement when it comes to SDG 6. Then we've also seen increased compliance with groundwater abstraction permits conditions. That has risen from 78.4 to 75.6. By groundwater, this is the water that we extract from the ground and we develop it to supply the communities. And lastly, of the interventions, we are maybe back a bit. I know many of you know how the tycoons in this country are doing a lot in reclaiming our swamps and all that, but there has been an increased area in the last 2 years after a lot of engagements and all that. So we have now tried to reclaim back 6,507 square kilometers of the wetlands, and I think that is really an A on our side. So what are the challenges that we are facing in implementing SDG 6? First is policy and institutional fragmentation between levels, actors, and sectors. So decisions can be taken on one side of the sector, for example, agriculture or health or energy, and may not consider the impacts of water availability and the quality in other sectors. So this gives the SDG number 6 less political attention. And when there is less political attention, there becomes a funding gap. So the funding gap also comes in. Water and the water and environment sector is, if you look at the national budget cake, it's now receiving a small portion as compared to what it used to be. So we are getting those financing issues, but I know with the different development partners coming on board, we shall be able to make sure that the funding is available. Then data and information is not readily available or shared between sectors across borders. This affects decision making. Once you do not have the rightful information, the rightful data on water and sanitation, decision making will be crippled. And also there's a gap in institutional and human capacity. Say that we achieve clean water and sanitation for all by 2030, and one of that is optimized financing. Once we have better utilization and of the existing resources and also mobilizing of additional resources, we will see that the sector will boom and we shall achieve the SDG 6 by 2030. Then improve data and information. Once we have the right data and information going to the rightful people And with your help, you, the media fraternity, if you continuously report on water and sanitation, what the gaps are, what we are so far doing, this will build trust among all stakeholders, not only leaders, all stakeholders, even the communities, and this will lead to informed decision-making and increased accountability. Then capacity building is another recommendation that we are looking at. If we do a lot of capacity building, especially at local governments and maybe civil society organizations, we shall have skilled staff. In the water sector who will innovate and come up with many new ideas on how we can improve the water and sanitation subsector. And then innovation. When I talk about innovation, I'm talking about things that we can do in a different way to improve water and sanitation services. For example, during this COVID, I think you've noticed many innovations around hand washing facilities. Some are pedal, some are using food, some are sensors and all that. And that's the kind of innovations that we need in the water resources and sanitation development and management. And lastly, we talk about governance. Governance is about having mandates. If each stakeholder has a mandate to contribute to clean water and sanitation for all, and also looking at the cross-sector, transboundary collaborations, we shall have well-informed institutions, and also everyone will be very keen to participate and see that they contribute to SDG number 6. So briefly, that's what I had for you, but I welcome any questions, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madame Namnyalo Mpere. I'm just going to open the floor up to questions. Yes. As lightning as possible.
Thank you so much, madam. My name is Edgar Matthew Karuhanga. I'm a fact checker with the Debunk Show. I have like 2 questions for you. First of all, you've been presenting, but you've not talked about the cost of the water. According to the National Water and Sewage Corporation, each jerry can cost less than 50 shillings. But on ground and in reality, 2 jerry cans cost 500 after bargaining. But if you don't bargain, you can even go to 1,000 shillings. So how are you going to ensure that Ugandans and the rest of the world get clean water, but at affordable prices? Are these some of the talks that you are having at the National Water and Sewage Corporation? Then next is the access to the clean water. In the ultra-rural areas of this country, there are still very many people getting water from ponds, and that means they're not getting water that is really, really clean. So how is your institution trying to get the water to all Ugandans, even at the other parts of the country, the rural areas like Karamoja and Fort Portal, where I come from? So please address that. And maybe lastly, do you think we can achieve this goal by 2030? Is this realistic, or we are still speculating? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edgar.
Do I take it on now, or we're going to get a number?
Yeah, I think you can take it on as the next person prepares.
Okay, thank you so much, Karuhanga, if I got your name very right. Yes. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and National Water is a parastatal under the Ministry of Water and Environment. Yes, we've been having issues to do with the tariffs, that is the pricing of the water services, and that's something that is under discussion. But as the ministry, we have the regulation department, which regulates all water utilities. Water utilities, those are the organizations or companies that sell water. Let me use that basic word, sell water to the local people. So we have national water, which is found in big cities, and now it's also moving to the peri-urban to the peri-urban rural communities. We have the umbrella organizations of water and sanitation. And basically what now we are doing, we are having discussions between those parastatals, the utilities to make sure that we have not a uniform, because it cannot be a uniform figure, because different systems are priced differently depending on how the construction, the operation and maintenance modalities they are in, but the talks are there to make sure that at least it's supposed to be 25 shillings per jerrycan, not 50, but those talks are there. So when another thing is, you've noticed that in rural communities, there are people who still fetch water from the swamps. Yes, that is very true. Right now, if I tell you what the access is to safe water in rural communities, we are at 68%. So we have that 32 gap of people who are not accessing safe water. And that is something that the ministry is not ignoring. We are doing all that we can, of course, with the limited resources in the basket. But what we are doing is to engage the different stakeholders, for example, the development partners, the World Bank, the UN agencies, and then also the civil society organizations that work in the water, sanitation, and hygiene subsector to bring in more funding so that we can cover that gap. Lastly, your question was, do you think we shall achieve that target in 2030? Yes, we are still hopeful. We are in 2021. We have 9 years. If all these challenges that I've mentioned and the recommendations and many others are put into play, I still believe that we can achieve the SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation for all by 2030.
All right, thank you very much. Edgar, I'm just going to give one more person. If there's just one more question, we'll take that. Just one more.
You have a question? A lady?
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm Chembo Christable, a student at Kakoba Institute of Commercial and Technical Studies in Bara. What I want to know is that when COVID-19 had to break out, you guys were like, we're not going to pay the bills for water. But surprisingly, we are still paying. We have been seeing the bills coming. So what are you going to do for us, you guys? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I love the approach that we had to go for a lady, gender equality, as SDG number 5 says. But yes, your question of during COVID, I think during the first lockdown, they came out and announced that the water bills, as in people don't pay. But now I don't know how I can put it. You know, water to be put in the pipes and you use it in your yard, in your bathroom, in your kitchen, in your compound, there are so many factors that come into play. We have to pay the plumbers, we have to chlorinate it, we have to pump it. Pumping takes electricity or solar. For solar, we have to have guards who protect the solar panels. So issues of free water, it will not be sustainable. And now we are looking at sustainable development. Yes, they will give you free water for a short time, but then the systems will break down and we go back to the swamps where we come from. So that's why, of course, people were waived to pay the bills in bits, but not saying that you shouldn't pay for water. When we don't pay for the water, the operation and maintenance of these water facilities will be down. The facilities will break down and will not have water. So that's why we put a small fee to that water you pay for issues of operation and maintenance and also issues of ownership. When you pay for that water, you know how to protect it better. You're like, I paid my money, so you'll have it. So free water, no. As government, we are not advocating for free water. We have to pay some little levy to go into the nitty-gritties of the operation and maintenance of these water facilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for sparing the time off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Madame Namyalo Mpere, coming all the way from Ministry of Water and Environment. Now, key key thing to note is she will be leaving behind the PowerPoint presentation that she used, so you'll be able to access this, and please feel free to use that information for the stories. Next up, we will be looking at SDG number 7, and that is affordable and clean energy. Here to talk to us about that is none other than Geoffrey Mutabazi. He is the founder and CEO of ChargeCore Technologies. Geoffrey, you are welcome here to the front.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say two things. One, I'm probably the only person who has gotten into this stage with an afro, and I'm probably the only person who is going to leave you with some actionable tips on how to approach the energy problem and also contribute to it sustainably. Oh, and lastly, I'm probably the only person who has also, who is speaking about this topic and has also been a journalist. So I'm definitely speaking from a little bit of experience. So my name is Geoffrey Mutabazi. I'm the founder of ChargeCore Technologies. I don't know if my presentation is up. Okay, back. Okay, so I run ChargeCore Technologies, which is basically making, owning, and operating battery-powered devices more affordable and convenient. So one of the things that we really advocate for is you have a lot of things you use energy for, and we want to make you, energy independent to enable you to use those devices at any point or from anywhere you are. So I would like to take you back a bit and give you a brief on what brings about an industrial revolution. So a lot of people are talking about this 4IR, 3IR. Actually, we've had about 3 industrial revolutions. And one of those is the first industrial revolution, which was in Britain, powered by coal and steam engines. We had the second, which was in the US, powered by the communication lines and oil and the railways. And then lastly, we're in the third industrial revolution and heading on to the fourth. And what really constitutes an industrial revolution is new forms of communication, new modes of transportation, and new forms of energy. So new forms of communication, you're looking at the mobile phones that all of you in this room, or most of you in this room, actually have. You're looking at the internet. And for mobile phones, they run off of batteries, which are basically, a form of energy storage. And for, your internet, it's run off of data centers, which run off of energy. So energy is an important factor in, driving industrial development and also, improving lives and bringing about a lot of things that make our lives easier. And then modes of transportation, right now we're running off of oil. Where Uganda recently discovered oil and, well, not recently, quite a while back, but, we're getting to the stage of pumping out that oil. And oil is one of the things that moves industries and moves, transportation to get you from point to point. Very soon we'll be going to electric vehicles, and all these are powered by energy. Now, the new forms of energy that are available in this industrial revolution is clean energy. We are basically transitioning towards, renewable energy, towards sustainable energy that is trying to take us off, fossil fuel dependence. And what that's going to do is I don't know why this is, okay. It's going to improve the energy situation that we have. Uganda is currently at about 57% national electricity access rate, and 19% of that is on grid, and helpful. Is quite tricky to get to get right. And I'm going to explain further as we proceed. But also, to give you an example, we're in Africa and about 3 out of the 4 people, or 3/4 of people who have no electricity or who don't have access to electricity are in sub-Saharan Africa. So we do have a huge energy problem. Now, the current approach is basically rural electrification programs, where you get this power line, you get it from Owen Falls Dam or whichever dam you have or whichever energy source you have, and you pipe that energy straight to someone's home. Now that's very expensive, and to give you an example, about each rural electrification connection costs between $1,000 to $2,000. So recently, 2 villages were connected in I think, Butambala district by Umeme, and it costs about 600 million shillings. The average connection cost for each, so there were 149 households being connected. The average connection cost was about 4.6 million per house. And I don't think that's a sustainable strategy. But renewable energy is also tricky because the sun doesn't shine all day, all day and night. It basically comes in the morning, leaves in the evening, and at night you're basically, in the darkness. So we also need to, solve the intermittency problem of renewable energy, and then also go down to all these new technologies that were coming up and find ways of, improving adoption and also scaling them to, reach a lot more people. So what are some of the solutions that I think could help us reach universal coverage of affordable and clean energy by 2030? People need appliances and outcomes that scale across their energy needs. In most cases, you don't need a power line. You need a way to power your factory. You don't need a power line. You need bulbs, or you need lighting for your house. You need to charge your phone. You need to watch a TV. And if we start coming at the problem as outcome-driven, I think we'll get the coverage closer to 100 by 2030. Then energy storage definitely needs to get cheaper to make renewables more sustainable. So about 4% of all solar installations actually have batteries. So these are installations that can run through the night. And I think that's not very sustainable when it comes to increasing energy access. You don't want everyone to be connected to electricity during the day, and then at night everyone is off. Then we need to adopt new energy access solutions through a lot of incentives. So as you've seen, electric vehicles have picked up across the world, and a lot of people are actually getting these on government subsidies, mostly in the developed world. But we need to do that for not just the electric vehicles, but things like solar panels and a lot of these energy access solutions that we need to spread energy access to the underserved. And then lastly, affordable financing and proactive forward-thinking better. And they also need affordable financing to provide these solutions to the bottom of the pyramid. So what are some tips I would give to media houses and journalists? I think it's really great to only communicate what you fully understand. So while talking about energy, because it's very technical and it has a lot of moving parts, you might look at it as a blanket kind of topic, but it's very complicated and tricky to scale. One of the reasons why, for example, people don't have access to electricity is because of, for example, power losses, right? You evacuate a lot of power out of the dam, and not all that power will reach the end consumer. Even when there's a power blackout here and there, you don't have, I mean, when you look at media coverage of power blackouts, it's mostly not coming from the, problem side. They're coming from, okay, this is what we're seeing and this is what we're reporting. But in most cases, a drunkard has knocked a pole, an electricity pole. And Nigeria and Kira or Mbarara and Ginger are off because of, someone who crashed into an electricity pole and the lines are cut. So also looking at, things like solar home systems, most of these companies are actually sinking their own money into these initiatives, and it's not as financially sustainable, but they do need a lot of communication going out there to enable people know more about these solar systems so that they can hit, positive cash flow generation. And then cover new approaches to energy access and renewable energy solutions. There's a lot of stuff in labs somewhere, and a lot of people are working on really good solutions, but they need to be amplified. Their voices need to be heard, and their innovations need to be seen. And then lastly, be the change that you want to see. So, for example, if you're, if you're a media house, why don't you decide to run 50% of your operations on renewable energy? Because besides scaling access to energy, we need to scale access to, clean energy, and also renewable energy has been, seen to be more, I would say, has been seen to be more economically viable. So it's cheaper to run and it's cheaper to install. So also on another end, if you're covering, a story, why not maybe for short distances? Why don't you cycle? Why don't you, as a media house, use maybe electric vehicles or something, or electric motorcycles when you can? So try and reduce your personal impact on, unclean energy, and try to adopt, cleaner forms of transportation and a cleaner way of living. Then lastly, I would like to show you this photo. So this is a media house. So just 2 days ago, basically came back yesterday. 2 days ago, ChargeCo was, providing an energy solution for a team of content creators that were going to the Western region to basically cover content of, the Batwa community and a few initiatives basically being done by Coca-Cola. And so these people are, so what we were basically doing is we were going around the country talking about a new product of Coca-Cola that empowers local farmers. But to push out this content, these people needed access to electricity to power their laptops, to edit the content, and that photo was taken on a boat in the middle of Lake Bunyonyi, and this guy was using a portable power bank or a portable power station to power his laptop and push out the content. So in an ideal situation, that would have been him waiting to get to his hotel room, or him using a generator at one point, because you're on a boat, you need to, you can't basically access, proper electricity. So if you can adopt cleaner forms of, energy, and if you can also report stories of, new energy initiatives and new technologies that are basically, democratizing access to, electricity or energy. So, well, I would like to go to the Q&A. If you have any questions, you can, shoot them my way.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Geoffrey Mtabazi. I'm just going to leave room for one question, if there's any question for Geoffrey before he does leave. Any question? We hope that you'll be able to leave with us the presentation so that some of these young journalists can access it even after here. Yes? Sorry. Power bank? You can leave power bank as a practical example. Oh, yes, please. One of the young journalists in the room.
Yes, I report for MCI Radio.
Okay.
Hi, Geoffrey. I mean, this is a great innovation. Oh, yeah, I'm on the screen. Great innovation that you have. I was telling him that sometimes you see all these products, but you don't see how they matter to you until you actually see such a photo. So good work. Curious to know where, because we are all going around buying power banks. Are you competing with those, you know, all over where you find all these power banks? Are you competing with those? And as someone who would love to support a Ugandan product, where do we find those, your products?
Okay, so one thing that I didn't mention, and I think this is really where you understand that I was formerly a journalist. You don't tell the whole story. You keep some of the details. So that was actually our first product test. So this product is literally a few days old. And one of the things is we are not competing with, you know, all the other people making or selling power banks. We are providing solutions. As I mentioned earlier, people pay for outcomes or results. They don't pay for, or they don't look for, you know, a power bank. They look for a way to power their laptop. They look for a way to power their phone. So we are approaching the, you know, problem differently compared to all the other, you know, energy appliance providers. And also, at the moment, we are still in a beta testing stage where we are testing various solutions. So we are getting a few participants in the beta program in particular sectors and getting them to test the products that we're about to roll onto the market. So we're not yet mass market, still a limited service, but I mean, it would be interesting to see how the media fraternity, you know, utilizes some of these solutions. And lastly, one of the things that I've learned, for example, when I was a media, when I was an entertainment journalist, I noticed that in most cases, if you focus on yourself, you'll not achieve much. But if you focus on others, on telling the story from the user's perspective, from the person consuming your content, I think it makes the content much more relatable and much better. So I think if you're going out there reporting stories, that's one takeaway. Take, you know, a view of what the users of energy, what the people who don't have access to energy feel when they don't have it, and also take the perspective of the people providing the energy and what challenges they are facing. And if we communicate better, both between the users and the providers, we'll be able to, you know, solve this problem much faster than shooting around in the dark with, you know, all kinds of options. Yeah, so that would be my parting shot for you.
Well, thank you very much. Let's show and love and appreciation for Geoffrey Mutabazi. He is the founder and CEO of ChargeCore Technologies, and getting some very serious Steve Jobs vibes over there in a good way. I volunteered to be customer X, by the way, for the power banks. We have one more lightning talk, and that is SDG 14. That is none other than life below water. And here to talk to us about it is Dr. Mujubi Nkambo. He is the research officer of National Fisheries Resources Research Center. Mr. Mujubi, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Because my bachelor is in fish breeding and applied endocrinology. My first master's is in water and coastal zone management. My second master's is in diagnostics of fish diseases. My third master's is in aquaculture. And my PhD is in love of food production. So in terms of who I am, I'm in a mix of life underwater. All those things do with life underwater. And one of the things I want to really urge the house, most of the time, the more of the things that you happen to know, there are those that things make you know that you actually know very little about so many things. So that's what makes you dive into more and more and more and more. And actually, the more you dive deeper, the more you realize that you actually don't know much. So let us really yearn to get knowledge, and knowledge is power. You can really get to look at things from a number of angles. Like today, the presentation I have, which is going to be looking at life underwater. It's majorly going to be focusing on those targets that we want. And broadly, what we're looking at is how do we conserve these resources? And I think this goes really, I think it has been timely that the media fraternity really gets interested in this, because some of the so many scientific words that are used by people, they tend to be tilted upside down by the journalists when it comes to reporting. Glasgow, I think when they had a lot of SADs going into the Naluvada Power Dam, and the president was on air talking about the teams that went out there to really get those things out. I headed the team that was there. But one of the journalists was talking about there's so much effort that we used. You could not make the difference between effort, energy, and pressure, because they literally mean close. But in science, these are typically different things. So I think it becomes really paramount, and I agree with Geoffrey. Sometimes we need to take a lot of time to really get to the actual meaning of these words, sensu stricto, and then also we get to really think a lot about what was anticipated to be reported, and then if time allows, you can even go back to the person and say, okay, you said effort. Did you mean effort as like force acting normally per unit area, or it's just like get things moved? So we need to really get this precision, and once we have that, then we shall improve the reporting that we're going to be making. So when you're talking about life underwater, the things that I want us to think about are going to be covered in those 5 bullets you have in there. We have an introduction about the SDGs, and mainly I'm going to focus on SDG 14 because my colleagues have talked about a lot of those. I'm going to talk about a number of threats, and then I'll look at a number of interventions that from a research perspective that have been done. Some of them have been at the forefront of getting these things done, others we've been in teams. Then I want us to look at opportunities. So it's through opportunities that we can have a measure of how much we're able to achieve some of these. And then we shall look at a way forward. Oh, I'm getting technology right. So what we have in the picture here, we have this young man is from Bujiri, and that's the fish that he's holding around. And that fish that he's holding with him is actually now tilapia. When we talk about tilapia, people normally think about this that we have in a restaurant. These are already reproductive, mature, now tilapia. So nature has moved in a way that it has adapted itself that the more pressure that you exert on it, the more it adopts strategies of how to live with that pressure. So those fish, small as they look like, they're actually ready to breed. Let's give young ones. Because the strategy in life for all of us who are here is to make sure that we don't die before we leave an offspring. Classically, me, even if I die right now, I have my 12 children, no problem, I don't mind, because I've passed over life to the new generation. So the same thing is everybody who is in here, you're so much worried whether you're going to be dying or not, because you don't have any offspring. So the same thing happens to fish and all of these other organs of life underwater. When they are threatened, the more you squeeze them, the more they adopt strategies of how to really get in there. So what is the role we are doing, me and you, is try to make sure that we sustainably manage and protect these resources. And these words should be picked clearly. If you talk about sustainably, sometimes instead of sustainably being managed, and then someone follows it with protection, from a science perspective, I begin to say, oh, I think we're not doing the right thing. If you look at the perspective of from the Western world, if you're talking about the developing countries, the more is protect. But I'm from a school of thought which doesn't believe into that. Many of these, the US, Europe, they all had the lions, the chimpanzees, they had all of these fishes. But because they extracted them to go to where they are right now, many of these are depleted. So what we need to do, us, me and you, is to see how can we use these resources in a manner that allows us to grow, catch up with those guys, but ensure that we have these things living for our future generation to really take some benefit from these same very resources. So it's that approach that I think me and you, we have to really advocate for, other than say, don't touch, don't touch, don't touch. And actually, in this sense, for the time I lived in Europe, the story behind that is that you don't touch these things, such that the young generations in Europe can come and see them here, because they don't have an opportunity to see them again. So the only place where they have to come and see them is here, or in zoos, or in some of these areas. But we want to use these resources, develop, and then once we develop, we continuously maintain them at a rate that can allow for the future generations to take benefit of the same resources. Going to what we have in here, after having seen probably the aim, I think technologies. This is the coverage of Uganda, and I wanted us to look at the rivers, the lakes, and swamps. If you look at that, 18% of our country is covered by aquatic resources. Then tells a lot about what it means if you really manage them sustainably. That alone can really make almost like around 50% of the country being employed under that sector. And then we have this Project Uganda from either low income to middle income, even from middle income to the highest you can think about, once we are able to exploit these sustainably. That's a chart that looks at what we are targeting in here. We're looking at employment, we're looking at the revenue, we're looking at the fish as food, we're looking at water, that this now comes to rub shoulders with the presentation given by Namialo. And then if you look at the section where you have the ranks and how you relate this with energy, it comes now to how Geoffrey chips in there. If you look at the issues that we really want to look at, that's a cascade of them. And these are actually intertwined. It's more of a story of the chicken and the egg. You can't really say it's pollution that's making these things go depleted. And from a science perspective of it, I'm going to take you through some of the theories that would make you find it very difficult as a reporter whether to accuse, for example, the Nile perch for the declines in the fish, or whether to accuse factories for the decline in fish, or whether to accuse the media for the declines in fish. And this is the kind of thing you're going to see across all of those issues. So we have issues and threats on there. And then if you look at the issues that we have, this is Glasgow. This is in Igaba, in Kasenyi. One of the pictures here, you see a lot of pigs on the landing site with the garbage. This is in Kasenyi. Next by where you see another heap of garbage, this is in Igaba. And then one next by where you see some young lady with a jerry can, that's in Katosi. So it already tells you that you're looking at a system underwater, but which is so heavily impacted on by terrestrial activities, land-based activities. So, like Namiaro said, you can't look at these in isolation. It's more like things come from here, go in there, come from there, come back to that land. So in terms of science, you want to look at, if you're investigating, you don't pick the story from the middle. You really want to really say, I can go in front, and then I can go backwards to fetch the story. So it depends where you catch the story. You can always really roll it on to be able to explain the observation you're making. Again, we are seeing some of those locomotives on water. Again, basically, they discharge oils into the system. That threatens life underwater. We are seeing people who are almost selling fish which has been smoked. That must have been smoked with wood. So you're seeing, again, land resources being used to preserve fish resources, but those are going to give off emissions, as we shall see, which emissions come back to the water. We are seeing, this is Glasgow, of what happens on May. This is actually in Ikole. It's a small dam where you see most of those young men are trying to row through a thick mat of water hyacinth. And then the next one you see is around Gaba, where you see this gentleman is trying to move through the water, basically targeting to harvest that. They're using it as fodder for pigs, but again, it hampers breeding and hampers the water quality where fish lives. So it's only a selection of fish that can live in there. So that is, again, affecting life underwater. If you look at that, we're looking at now, how do these organisms relate? And I want us to look at the upper scenario. We are seeing a normal functioning system. And then if you look at the lower scenario, where you're seeing that arrow going downwards, it's a system where I've got one of the animals, that top carnivore that you're seeing, has been brought into this lake. It's going to begin eating some of those members. And by eating some of those members, the system is going to really change completely. Classically, what you've heard about the Nile patch, I think some of you have heard about the Nile patch, say this was introduced in Uganda. And I want to put that right. I've read a lot of that in the literature. The Nile patch is Ugandan native, but only it was moved from Lake Albert to Lake Choga, and then eventually to Lake Victoria. It could not cross those rapids. So it was moved by the humans from there, and then it was introduced here. So in other words, it's within its ecological range, but has moved within niches, has moved from an environment where it has stayed for so many years and has learned to live with those animals there to a new environment. And we shall see what happens when you bring a new animal into a new environment. It will adapt and then again form a self-functioning system. So now the onus will be on us, me and you, to say, was it a good thing to be done? Was it not a good thing to be done? And depends on the perspective you're looking at it. In terms of fish exports, the Nile patch is our #1 earner. But in terms of the biodiversity, we had over 500 species of haplochromines in Lake Victoria and other satellite lakes. As we talk now, we are left with around 50 to 80 of these endemic haplochromines. Some of them have disappeared. But do we blame all of this to Nile patch when you have a lot of garbage being dumped into the lake? So from point of science, what we normally do, we look at other systems that have got both animals and say, do they coexist? Yes, in Albert they coexist. In Nabugabo they coexist. Then why in Victoria? Then probably there's another third force that comes in. And then in terms of how you make reporting by journalism better, then you don't give a reporting of probably the cause, minus looking at the scenarios of what happened in other similar systems. Then you will be accurate, and then you'll be giving information that is very reliable and dependable. Hope technology is not...
Well, in the meantime, so far, thank you for the information you've given us so far. You have such experience in everything aquatic. I think you might be the living embodiment of someone who deserves the title Aquaman. So, yes, please.
Thank you so much. What do you think we aren't doing right as the media, in particular to SDG 14? And what should we do to actually get SDG 14 looked at as something important in Uganda and as the media?
Thank you very much. I think you're doing a number of things right. This is one of the things you've done right by organizing such an interface to really get how to do your work much better. Already, this is doing things right, and I've read a number of stories. Right now, I think last week I saw a clip of some Ugandan complaining about the recommendation of locals not eating the Nile patch. It's scatters of the media that this thing is floating around. Someone saying, "Emputa yange, emputa yange." So it's already the media doing things right. I think one of those that I think you might do better is with precision. Yeah, precision. I'll like say, if instead of saying like the parliament has come up to say there are not going to be any more consumption in our patch locally, and say, oh, the head of FUPEA has said that there's not going to be any more consumption of the our patch locally. And you do, I think, a great service to describe the person who is saying that, because the person who is saying that is someone who is from the Uganda Fish Processors Association, and it's for the benefit of them as an association, and it's not already backed up by Parliament. So I think what it can do right is to improve precision about some of the things. Going back to what we have in here, that map that we see shows the spots where the Nile patch was introduced. And it will show us how to end up spread around, and probably how eventually that affected the stocks. When you're protecting resources underwater, we always try to be careful of not introducing animals outside their native ranges. If you look at the graph in there, what we see below in red is now patch coming into the lake. It came in around in the 1950s there, and you saw what you see in blue up there are the haplochroma. These are little fish which is very beautiful color, so many of them, hundreds of them. But we are seeing, after around 20 years of introduction of the Nile patch, it's when we begin to see a decline in these haplochromines. One would ask, okay, I think that if you're reporting things so quick, you might say, the Nile patch has no impact on the environment because you don't see any effect in the first 10 years or 15 years. But what happens with such systems, you've brought in a fish, few individuals of them. First, they have to learn how to colonize the environment. Many of them will die, many of them will be outcompeted. Sometimes even others fail to make a normal, stable, naturally producing population. So if that happens, then the original inhabitants will survive the invasion. But if that happens, that after some 10, 15 years, they have now caught up to the pace, it's when they are going to really hit on this population and it will actually go down. And if you look at what happens around close to maybe 50 years down the road, you find that they've been moving. It's what we classically share in there. And I was sharing with you a picture from research, what we've been seeing from the 1950s up to 2010, how this population have been oscillating. Again, in terms of how to increase precision of the journalists, I've seen many cases where people have come up with justifications to back the politicians. For example, I think before COVID, I think last 2 years, they reported an upsurge in the Nile patch population. Say, I think this is catastrophe of the military marine that has been deployed. And from a science perspective of it, I know these are cycles that happen. You cannot report just after, you say, you put in these guys after 1 year, this has happened. It can't. Science doesn't work doesn't work overnight. So sometimes if you get to know that these cycles are happening classically, or if you see this has been happening, you try to look back now and say, okay, do we see some such cycles happening? Can we attribute the change we have seen to this immediate force that has been brought on the fore? Or it might be an association. And as of improving precision, you might say, this might have contributed. So in science, if you are making publications, you must make sure that the accuracy is improved. Where you're not sure, bring it as a contributor. So someone might dig deep to see really how much of that is the contribution of what you're reporting right now. That's another story. Again, if you look at this, now we are trying to probe, is it really the Nile patch that is getting to get these animals depleted? And how can you get to do that is we try to look at what these animals we are saying that have been depleted, what were they eating before? And what we see classically, most of all of those nicely colored fish that you see in there are some of the 500 species of haplochromines that exist in Lake Victoria. But now hundreds of them have disappeared. And people have said it's the Nile patch that has done that. But as science, we don't stop there. We say, let's also try something else. So we look at now some of those food organisms for the haplochromines. We see if the Nile patch is the one responsible for cleaning up these, what was the population of these food organisms before the introduction of the Nile patch? How has it changed now with the introduction of the Nile patch? If we see that the number is declining with the introduction of the Nile patch, but previously it wasn't declining, that would be probably a reason to say probably around 50% of that can be attributed to the Nile patch. But again, you cannot say with certainty that all of these issues you're seeing is because of the Nile patch. We are seeing endemism and biodiversity, and again, we are seeing what species introduction can actually do. You can lose most of these because you've introduced fish in there. You're seeing a graph of how the production of fish has been changing with the introduction of some of these animals being moved from one system to another. And of course, that affects employment, affects fish consumption per capita, affects most of those other targets under the SDG 14. Again, you're seeing now, this classically explains what happens. If you increase the fishing effort, you're running a system that's more towards human manipulated. If you're reducing the fishing effort, you're running a system that runs more closely to what nature wants to see. We are seeing this. That was our target, to have a very big fish. From those so many little tiny fish, those people who introduced the other big fish, that Nile perch, their target was we should get some big fish that is sizable, easy to sell. But what is happening is that because we have finished those big fish, again we have moved back to very small Nile perch. You see in the market, these are the dominant fish. Nile perch, but very small because the big animals have been exploited. The tourism industry was thriving. People are doing sport fishing. And we are seeing those are, we use wood, which is coming from the forest. Probably, I'm sorry you're not seeing the forest, but they're supposed to be there. And you have the presentation. But when you're preserving fish, you're actually supposed to use fuel. And in many cases, this is wood. So you're seeing that when you don't protect life underwater, you're moving from one ecosystem, but you're going now to eventually encroach on the transient zone, then also encroach on the terrestrial environment. So eventually, you're running a system that's going to be very difficult to understand. And as a country, if you want to really now manage all of these targets and achieve those targets that are raised under SDG 14, then you must think about looking at things in a holistic approach. I have, I think, in the picture, there are those pillars of integration, which you will see. There we are looking at policy, we're looking at research, we're looking at other parallel pillars of governance. They all focus on a problem, but from an informed point of view. I'm glad that's what I was able to share with you. A lot of information is in there. I will leave the presentation with you here, and I would like to share more information if there is, and I'm glad to be here today.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mujib Nkambo. You are the Research Officer, National Fisheries Resources Research Institute. You'll leave the presentation behind, I think, and people will be able to access. Yes. Thank you very much for your time. And yes? All right, just one question.
Thank you so much, Mujib. Quick questions to you. First of all, there is an increasing...
We'll take just one question.
One question. Okay. There's an increasing demand for fish more in this country and the rest of the world. Hasn't this affected the aquatic life? And maybe to add on one more question, this is more political. The conflicts between the UPDF and the natives, how can we harmonize these two institutions? Because at the end of the day, the UPDF is protecting the fish, but we need also the people alive, because these challenges have even costed the lives of innocent Ugandans. How do we create a harmonious, environment between UPDF and the natives around lakes? Thank you.
So I thank you very much. Maybe I'll first point to the issue of the fish more. I think this is science at work. All fish that you see have got the fish more. Locally, I think it's something they call Nuni. It's responsible for determining the position of the fish within the water column. And the Nile perch has got a special one because it's a master in managing deep water environments. So the deeper the environment it manages, the thicker the muscles of this fish more. Why that upsurge in the market of the fish more is because of the wide range of products that are made from it, including the threads that are used for giving stitches. There is a lot of people who have weak bones, they use that for collagen. There are so many products you can make, and all of these are expensive products. But how that has affected the dynamics of the industry, we have had the tycoons go in there, and I don't want to mention names here, but I know the big people, the big players are coming in and they're buying fish right from the fishing ground there. And they are buying fish. For them, they buy fish as fish. But what they are targeting is the fish more. One of the scenarios that is happening actually as early as last week, we are seeing a big influx of Nile perch coming from Lake Choga being brought to Lake Victoria. Lake Choga is a shallow water body. That means the Nile perch from Lake Choga has got a very small fish more. You can find a huge Nile perch of 100 kilos, but has got a fish more of around 10 to probably 50 grams. But an equivalent size of the Nile perch from Lake Victoria has a fish more that's around, say, 2 kilos. So what's happening right now, fishermen gather fish from there, they come and sell it on around the land side of Lake Victoria. So the people who are buying it targeting the fish more and making big losses. Because it's very difficult. It requires a technical person who would say, this now patch is from Choga. This now patch is from Victoria. So when they buy this now patch, they're targeting a huge fish more, but they're getting a very small fish more because it's from a different water environment. So this is there. It is already affecting the dynamics of fisheries stock management. It's affecting the marketing of the now patch as a fish. And I'm sure it is going to further contribute to affecting that. Because where there is a lot of returns, then everybody wants to dive into that. Between the UPDF, Marine, and the fisheries management, which is actually MAIF, you have enforcement officers, and then the locals, that is a bit sensitive. I trained the fisheries, the UPDF guys who are supposed to be going into this. I trained them for 1 week. And they were going in there to replace guys who have been trained from their bachelors, they have their masters, and from some have PhDs. So it's tricky. I can't say, I can't dive so much into that, but what I can say is that if we want to get things done right in this country, for the last 10 years I've been in this country, what I've seen is that I think we have inverted almost the pyramid of everything, where politics is left to the goons, journalism is left to comedians. We've left the medical industry to herbalists. We've left now enforcement to soldiers. Yet this requires the science of knowing what lives where. What is like if you get one of those guys, say, okay, what is the ideal fishing gear for the now patch? Does he know? He might not know. So my thinking is that we need to move together. We need these people around who can probably, like the name enforcement, maybe if they're moving with the guns, they might also need to move with the technical head who advises on what to be done in what situation they are in. Otherwise, it's a sensitive situation.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mujib. Young journalist. Okay, like 30 seconds for your question, just. Sorry, could you just hold up? There is a microphone that is coming your way.
Doctor, I'm just curious to know what other issues in terms of this SDG, life underwater, that young journalists should be looking out for. So those could be areas beyond what you've talked about, because I think, as this man said, you could be Aquaman. But what are those other critical issues, critical stories that you maybe have not covered in your presentation that our young journalists can focus on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of those is the use of science and technology to really get the numbers of fish to grow. One of those things that we are doing right now is artificially propagate most of these fish. I know like we all need fish, and probably your preference is tilapia. One of the areas where I specialize is where we use applied endocrinology to produce a product at the time when you need it. You might come, say you want to do fish farming somewhere, and you need probably 1 million fingerlings, which can be able to mature in 6 months. If you're looking about tilapia, this is probably a male tilapia. So I'm able to sex reverse all the batch that I'm giving you and make sure I'm giving you all male population, which will grow that fast. Or if the preference is with fatty fish, I can now sex reverse to become all female fish. There's a lot of science that goes into the applied endocrinology where we are using that to protect the wild. So if you're producing more from a lab and a land-based scientific approach, then we allow for the natural environments to rejuvenate or recover. It's a lot of things for sure that I've not really been able to present in here because life underwater is one of those really very, very new niches. But again, it's potentially going to replace what we see on land. I think you've read about the blue revolution. It means that we are moving away from land where we see practically man doesn't even have anywhere to step, going to these areas which have not been inhabited at all. Like right now, if you take interest and go to Lake Victoria, there are a number of farms that have been set up with houses where people live on water. And one of the directors of Pala Aquatics, if you search in the internet, you see Pala Aquatics. It's one of the biggest fish farms on Lake Victoria, where sometimes over the weekend I sleep over the lake in my farm. So life is going to come that some people are going to settle on the lake to allow for production. Just like we're competing for land, you're going to see the same thing happening for aquatic resources. So I thank you, and we can keep sharing more. I think the most important thing are the contacts, so we can really keep sharing more and more.
Yes, thank you. Let's show our love and appreciation for Dr. Najib. Thank you so much for your time. You definitely have a lot of experience, a lot of education in that sector. And we want to encourage you, you can reach out for the presentations that have been used here. You can reach out for the contacts of the different people that have been speaking to us. Very inspirational, Doctor. My first master's is yet to come. My second master's is on the way. And my third master's is coming soon. How are you finding the day so far, Tracy?
Very interesting. Very impactful sessions we've had today. And I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store for us.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we have some amazing conversations and topics that will be coming up. We have, for example, we'll be looking at how COVID-19 has affected progress towards SDG 1 and how the media can help in ending poverty. We'll also have conversation around how journalists can help reach SDG 3 and so much more. We'll also have some more of these amazing and interesting lightning talks, which I'm looking forward to. Amongst the many things I've gained today is that I get to be customer X for potentially the first power bank that will be coming out.
I think it's yet to be approved. I didn't hear confirmation.
No, it will come. It will come. Tomorrow we are here, same time, same time we'll be going on with the conversation. Naye kati mugenda okutukiriza tukyuse olulimi lwe tugenda okubanga twogera Oluganda. Lwakuba tugenda kubanga tugenda mu maaso n'emboozi yaffe tulina abogezi baffe abali mu studio ya MCI Radio. Aba MCI Radio musatuulira bulungi.
Musajja wa Kabaka Kinan in the building with Muddu wa Kabaka Tracy Tretre.
You have no idea how long it has taken me to cram that sentence.
No, actually, I can speak Luganda. Nze njogera Oluganda.
Olwogera?
Tugende mu studio.
Oyagala tambula ng'Omuganda?
Okakasa. Nze akasolya nkamanyi. Gwe okamanyi?
Nkamanyi bulungi.
Weddira ki ssebo?
Neddira kalooli.
Akabbiro.
Abali mu studio musatuulira bulungi.
Okubawulira bulungi nnyo. Nkakasa nammwe mutuulira bulungi.
Tubawulira bulungi era tubalaba bulungi nnyo.
Ekyo nno kya ttendo. Mwebaze okututembeeta obulungi ddala awamu n'okubanga mubadde bakalabaalaba ab'olunaku luno olusoose ku mukolo ogw'amaanyi ddala kumpi ogwa wiiki y'ennamba.
Awo w'otandikidde sewo wenzigirako omuzindaalo gwange. Weebalire ddala.
Nammwe mwebalire ddala omulimu ogw'ettendo gwe mukoze kyentidde ogambye weddira mberenge. Kale
mbuuza bingi ku ekyo. Emboozi ekomyawo twagala twogere ku SDGs.
Awo we nakomye okutegeera Kasawo agambye nti weddira mberenge atuwuliriza omulungi nkubuuzaako nti osiibye otya era nkwebaza gyonna gy'okoze olunaku olwaleero. Mbuuza ak'ensusso era ne namusa bannaffe bannamawulire abali ku Topati Mazima Mall wano ku MCI Media Hub nga bali mu keetalo olw'ensonga ez'enjawulo ze tujja kubanga twogerako. Nawawuliriza MCI Radio yonna gy'oli nkwebaza mukwano gwange omulungi. Nze Ali Kakembo tugenda kwogera ku nsonga za SDG, ekigambo ky'onoomanya ate era mu Luganda maaso ka osinzeka olunaku olwaleero ndi ne bannange kansookere wano.
Neyanziza nnyo neyanzege omwami Ali amanya n'eddoboozi nze Tamukedde Moses nga neera ndi musanyufu nnyo olw'okubanga ndi naawe leero mu studios. Ekyokubiri olw'okubanga omulamwa gwe tuliko omulamwa gw'amaanyi nnyo neera omuntu ali eyo yenna yandisanye okubanga aguteekako nnyo essira.
Bagamba ladies first nkyusizaamu.
Okikola kigenderedde.
Neekanzirewo bannyabo.
Amannya n'eddoboozi nze Roneta Atwine. Kakati omulamwa gwe tulina olwaleero nsonga nkulu kubanga bya bintu ebitambula mu ggwanga oba oliawo n'awantu wonna mu nsi yonna oba okitegeereze.
Mwebale nnyo. Ampuliriza omulungi olunaku lwatandise bulungi nnyo era nze ku ludda olwange ekyasinze okunsanyusa kwe kulaba bannamawulire ababadde bakutte kamera ng'ebintu bitabuse naye ensonga enkulu olunaku olwaliwo gye tugenda okwogerako ne radio show ku makya tulina Bella CEO tuli concepts yabadde wano waliwo omusajja wa chit chat akola puzzle ku MCI radio Sebandeke Elishadai naye yabadde wano bwe twavudde awo ne tugenda ate wabaddewo n'omuyimbi ku makya bwe mubanga wabaddewo omuyimbi Z naye muyimbi w'amaanyi mu ggwanga nga nze eri mmwe ababiri tusookere ku nsonga kiki olwaleero kyoyongedde okutegeera ku sustainable development goals oba ensonga ezeegattidde wamu ze zitunuulidde okubanga ze zijja okukyusa ensi eno bingi nkakasa bye mwongeddeko ku ngeri gye mubadde mutegeera ensonga zino 17 naye kansookere ewa Ronet biki byoyongedde ku kumanya ku olunaku olwaleero ng'osinziira ku bamanyi kye boogedde
akakati neyanziza nnyo ali oba oliawo ogamba sustainable development goals nze nga nze nyinza okitegeera naye ate atuwuliriza yandyetaaze okumanya kitegeeza ki sustainable development goals mu Luganda twandigambye nti emitendera gy'enkulaakulana kakati omuwuliriza waffe bino zaatandika nga 20 emyaka 5 emabega ng'era nno gino gigenderera okumalawo enjala obwavu oba oliawo nti myaka 5 era egijja maaso emirembe wamu n'enkulaakulana binaba bikoze ki bizeewo kakati kyennyongedde okutegeera olwaleero nti ate ffe bannamawulire tulina omugaso munene nnyo okulaba nti zino enkulaakulana ziteekebwa wansi oba kyetwagambye nti oba community wansi mu bantu aba wansi n'olwekyo ffe bannamawulire mulimu gwaffe nga ffe okulaba nti ate bye tukola tubyongerako kaŋŋambe waliwo omukulu eyansanyusizza ennyo bamuyita Albert Byamugisha yagambye nti bannamawulire tusuuliridde nnyo omulimu guno ne tutandika ennyo okunenya gavumenti naye nga singa naffe tuba tukyenyigiddemu kubanga ffe abatuuka ku bantu ba wansi ne tubategeeza nti owaaye bw'oba twagala okumalawo enjala olina kukola bwoti ne bwoti.
Kwegamba bannamawulire ensonga zino ensi ezeegattidde awamu okukyusa obulamu bwaffe gye zitunuulidde tulina ozituusa n'ozitegeeza eri omuntu wa wansi
okuzitegeeza wamu n'ogenda mu maaso ne tukituusa ku buli omu kubanga oyinza osanga nga bannamawulire ebiseera ebisinga we bagenda okunoonya amawulire mu field banoonyaayo abo abantu be basuubira nti balina eddoboozi ne baleka ate omuntu gwe kikoseza ddala wansi yansanyusiza nnyo n'agamba bwe tuba nga tuli bakufuna nkulaakulana eyo tuukira ddala kwani gwe kikola ki gwe kikwatako.
Webale nnyo Ronet nkyagadde nnyo amawulire tuleke geekolera nga bannamawulire oba geesakira
ekyo kyennyini.
Moses nzize ewuwo kiki olwaleero kyoyongedde okwongera okutegeera mu nsonga 17 eza kansooke mu Lungereza sustainable development goals ensonga ezo amawanga ageegattidde awamu gezitunuulidde okubanga mu 2023 ensi eno egenda kuba ekyuse nga tetukyalina njala tetukyalina bwavu tetukyalina kusosola awamu n'okutyoboola abakyala tetukyalina mazzi makyafu nga buli muntu asobola okufuna amazzi amayonjo. Olwaleero kiki kyoyongedde okutegeera ku sustainable development goals 17?
Waaw neyanziza nnyo ali okusookera ddala kyensoso okumanya leero nti munnamawulire olina okutegeera kiki ddala ky'osaka. Kankuwa ekyokulabirako leero tubadde ne baana bannamawulire ababaddewo nga bagezaako okukwata omukolo guno naye ekibuzo kiri nti singa babadde baddayo eri mu offices zaabwe nga baliyo okutegeeza ensi kiki ekibaddewo olunaku lwaleero biki bye bagenda okwogera. So nze ndowooza ddala kituufu ekyayogeddwa nti bannamawulire okusookera ddala tulina osooka okutegeera ebintu ebyo byennyini bye tusaka mu bantu bye tugenda okuweereza abantu. Essaawa zino bwe tuba nga twogera okiraba kubanga kyekisingayo obukulu toyinza kusaka kintu kyotakola kyotategeera ekyokubiri egyo emiramwa 17 ngenza okulaba nti kuvira ddala ku mulamu ogusooka ekyogoba obwavu ekyenjala ogenda okwesanga nga buli kimu kiina engeri gye kikwataganamu n'ekintu ekikola ekiddako kankuwa ekyokulabirako omuntu omwavu of course enjala egenda kuba ekola emuluma w'osanyawo ebyobutonde enkuba ogenda gijjawa tugenda kubeera wano ng'enjala neera ekola ekomawo so mulimu guli eri ffe bannamawulire okusookera ddala okutegeera ensonga zino obulungi ennyo saawa zino njagala nti munnamawulire obanga ozenga mu kifo kino nga aba Media Challenge Initiative bategese expo ng'eno ey'amaanyi ng'omulamwa gwe bataddewo gwego ogenda kuddayo abantu omuntu wa wansi ensonga zino ogenda zimunyonyola otya ategeere ekyokubiri we tuba nga tutunuulira ensonga zino tulaba emirundi egisinga ku mawulire balaga ensonga nti Segirinya ali mu ddwaliro gundi kino ne kino naye ensonga zino bannamawulire zibalemye okwasaganya obulungi.
MCI Radio nze Ali Kakemba atuuliriza nkwebaza okubanga okyali naffe nkujjukiza nti osobola okudownloading application yaffe ng'ogenze mu Google Play Store gwe munnaffe wa Android obeera osobola bulungi nnyo okufuna application yaffe ya MCI Radio. Genda bugenzi mu Google Play Store teekamu MCI Radio ojja kubanga ate osobola okufuna application eyo ogoberera ensonga nga bwe zitambula mu ggwanga n'okwetoola eggwanga. Ate gwe munnaffe wa iPhone nkugamba nti downloadinga oba wanulayo application eyo eya Radio Garden kujja kubaako emikutu mingi egya radio naye ate mu egyo emingi mujja okusanga MCI Radio ekira ku ndala zonna n'ensonga eyo tambula n'omulembe ate atambula n'okumanya nga owuliriza MCI Radio. Olunaku olwaleero lubadde lwanjawulo okubeera ddala ku makya programming yaffe yakyuse namu olw'omukolo gaggadde gwetasobola kumuusa maaso ogwa MCI Expo omwaka 2021 n'olw'ensonga eyo nkwebaza gwe yenna akyali naffe mu studio ndi ne Atwine Ronet munnamawulire ate era ndi n'omukulu Tamukedde Moses naye nga munnamawulire tutunuulira ng'olunaku bwe lutambudde olusookedde ddala mu mwaka ogwa 2021 mu Expo ey'omwaka guno. Nga tuvudde awo munkubidde ettooki okusinziira mu ebyo bye mulabye era n'engeri gye mweyongeddeko okwongera okutegeera ensonga zino ensonga ssemasonga 17 ezigenda okukyusa ensi eno ng'amawanga gonna ageegattira mu mukago ogugatta amawanga bwe guzikkiriza. Ku makya twabaddewo n'okubaganya ebirowoozo ku mulamwa ngenda sooka ngwogere mu Lungereza ate oluvannyuma twogere ebigambo mu Luganda. Understanding the SDGs and how the Uganda media is covering them, best practices, gaps and how media coverage should be improved. Engeri mwe bannamawulire gye musaka amawulire ku nsonga zino 17 kyokka ate ebituli ebiri oba ebirabikira mu mawulire ago ge musooka ku nsonga zino 17 ntandikidde wa Moses mukubaganya ebirowoozo ku mulamwa guno wajjeemu ki biki bannamawulire bye batunuulidde obulungi ku nsonga zino 17 ate ensonga ki oba waliwo muwaatwa ki nga bannamawulire basaka amawulire ku nsonga zino 17 zetusuubira nti zijja zikyusa ensi eno.
Okusookera ddala nja kuba mubi nnyo we ŋŋamba nti bannamawulire tebalina kye bakozeewo ku nsonga eno amawulire n'okuweerezaamu eri abantu
ng'osinziira ku ebyo ebikubaganyiziddwako ebirowoozo ku mulamu
kyenyini kyeŋŋendako ekyo kubanga okusinziira ku boogezi omu gwe twabadde nawo Angela Nampeewo yatumenyedde kubimu ku bibasoomezebwa naddala nga bagenze okusaka ku nsonga nga zino okuli okubanga bannamawulire abamu oba ebitongole ebimu ebyabannamawulire tebiteera nnyo kwagala kusaka amawulire nga gano olw'okubanga balooza tebikola ki tebitunda. Ekyokubiri baba bafuna obuzibu nga okuba akasente akasimbi ako keetaagisa nnyo naddala ng'ogenda okubanga osaka amawulire nga gano katika nkuwa ekyokulabirako oyinza okubanga olina okusaka eggulire gageno naye nga olina okutambula okuva wano ogende Koboko ove Koboko ogende Eggulo ove Eggulo odde walala so ogenda okwesanga nga ebitongole by'amawulire ebimu tebirina ssente bisobola kubeezawo bannamawulire okusobola okusaka ensonga nga zino ez'amakulu. Ekyokubiri yagezezaako n'otutangaaza okusinziira ku research eno eyafuluma ogenda okwesanga nti bannamawulire ebiseera ebisinga bye batera okuteeka eri abantu ensonga ezikwatagana na segirinya ensonga ebintu ebyobufuzi oba okiraba mu nsonga ng'eyo ate ne batafaayo nnyo mu kusaka nsonga nga zino ezirumirira ddala omuntu owa wansi.
Webale nnyo oyo Tamukedde Moses awuliriza omulungi ly'eddoboozi eryo ate naawe asobola otulaba ku kifaananyi ku mikutu gyaffe okuli ogwa Facebook amu n'ogwa YouTube. Tukwebaza era obubaka bungi tubulengera abantu basiima naddala enteekateeka ya Expo ey'omulundi guno. Waliwo abagamba nti omulundi guli ebintu byali bya electronic byokka kale basiimye enteekateeka eno nammwe mwebala okutuwuliriza nsonga za SDG ensonga 17 amawanga ageegatira wamu gezisuubira nti bwe tutuukira mwaka ogwa 2023 ensi egenda kuba temukyali njala ensi egenda kuba nga ina amazzi mayonjo n'ebirala nga bwe tujja okuba nga tulambika. Ronet pane eno yabaddeko omwami Julius Muchunguzi. Twabadde tulina Angela Nampewo okuva ku Daily Monitor, twabadde tulina Ishaban Kwesiga, twabadde tulina n'omukubiriza w'abogezi bano Caleb Okereke gono yatandikawo ekitongole ekya Minority Africa. Kwabo bonna ani yakutte ku mutima gwo nga munnamawulire era yakutteko naki?
Kakati no ali ekibuuzo kirungi ky'obuuzizza. Eyasinze okunkwata ku mutima yabadde Julius Muchunguzi. Olw'ensonga nti yajjeeyo ekyo kyennyini ekigenda maaso mu mawulire gaffe. Julius Muchunguzi yagambye nti ffe bannamawulire kati ng'essaawa zino omukolo guno engeri gye gutambuddemu bannamawulire ababaddewo singa oddayo gy'okolera ky'obeera ogenda okugamba abantu ogenda kunokolayo ekyo obanga ava mu gavumenti kyagambye nti kyekibulamu ky'obeera ogenda okugamba abantu naye oba togenda bagamba ki gavumenti kyekoze oba ki kyeyakakolawo oba eggwanga lituuseewa mu kulaba nti enkulaakulana ekola ki etuukawo. Yajjayo ensonga enkulu endala n'agamba nti bannamawulire bw'obanga oyogedde ku nsonga ng'oyogedde emboozi ogyogerako katono nnyo n'okoma ku ngulu n'otagenda munda n'otagamba bantu bulungi kunnyonnyoka mboozi eyo etegeeza ki lwaki ogyogerako mulamwa ki okuggyayo ekintu bulungi. Era n'agamba nti singa bannamawulire tukyusa engeri gye tusakamu amawulire gaffe kyandibadde nga kituyambako okulaba nti tukulaakulana mangu. Era n'awabula n'agamba nti gana amawulire ga SDG oba emitendera gy'enkulaakulana tugiwe nnyo obudde kubanga si kyekintu eggwanga kye lisobola okuvuunika leero oba enkya naye singa okyogerako leero n'okyogerako enkya naluli kinnyika mu mutima gwaki mu mutima gw'omuntu atandika okinoonyerezaako okukitegeera kubanga obeera okimunnyonnyodde bulungi.
Webale nnyo MCI Radio nze Ali Kakembo yabadde atwine Ronet atukubidde touch atera ye n'atubuulira ekyamukutte ku mutima naddala nga okubaganya ebirowoozo ku ngeri bannamawulire gye bakola emboozi gye basaka amawulire ku nsonga 17 ezinakyusa ensi eno. Sisobola kubuusa maaso omulamu ogwazzeeko ogwenkize nnyo ogwabadde gukwata ku byenjigiriza. COVID-19 akosezza nnyo ebyenjigiriza era kibadde tekisobola kubuusibwa maaso mu nteekateeka eya Expo ey'omwaka guno. Naye bwe twabadde nga tuwulira ebirowoozo ebyavudde mu bayizi ebyavudde mu mukubiriza yennyini awamu n'abo ababadde bakubaganya ebirowoozo kyalabise nga ekyamazima ebyenjigiriza wandigamba nti biri mu katyabaga. ampuliriza omulungi okubaganya ebirowoozo kuno kwabaddeko abantu ab'enjawulo kwabadde omukulu Konani Businje ava kati ali mu State House mu office ya president naye yali munnaffe nno ddala mukulu Konani Businje ate era abadde mente ebbanga eriwera yali ku New Vision nasala nadda eruuyi eri twabadde ne omukulu Benjamin Rukwenje oyo CEO wa Boundless Mind oyo naye munnaffe ddala yabadde akubaganya birowoozo ku byanjigiriza twabadde ne yakiikiridde UNICEF oba akiikirira UNICEF mu ggwanga lino Uganda omukulu Munil Safieldin kwabaddeko Naomi Abenacho yavudde ku Cavendish University ne tufuna na Amelia Martha Nakitimbo ono yakulira amawulire oba yakulira department ey'amawulire ku CTV buli omu yabadde n'ensonga ez'enkizo ku ngeri COVID-19 gy'akosezzaamu ebyenjigiriza omukubiriza yabadde Marion Apio oyo nga abadde yakava mu kuba omuyizi okusinziira ku kye yayogedde nga naye owulira ayina ebyamukosezza olwa COVID-19 ntandikire wa Ronet omulamu ogwo ne biwagujjeemu
ebyensoma kintu kikulu nnyo kubanga ebiseera ebisinga kangambe sigamba nti toyinza kubaawo oba tosomye naye era kirina engeri gye kikwongerako COVID-19 yazze naye ate bannaye tulekerawo okwekwasa ennyo COVID twekwasizza COVID nga bwe twekwasa sitaani bw'osobya kuba buli kimu kyokola osinziira ku sitaani kati naffe bannayuganda bwe tukoze ku COVID-19 yes ayina kyakoze nga ye of course atukosezza naye ate ayina n'ebirungi byaleese nayagadde nnyo ensonga Konani Businje gye yagambye n'agamba nti okuggala amasomero kikendezza ku namba z'abantu abandi badde bafa oba ku muwendo gw'abantu abandi badde bafa ekyo kyo kituufu kuba bwe bagula amasomero COVID-19 yeeyongera mu baana naye badde waka abantu ne balwala naye ate yagambye tetulina kinenyeza gavumenti yokka nti ate gavumenti tetuyambye nti ate abakulira ebyenjigiriza abandi badde bakola kino oba bakola kino yagambye kitandikira kuggwa omuntu kuggwa omuzadde kuggwa akulira essomero oba kuggwa abeera n'omwana n'agamba singa wava buto ng'ogamba omwana wo nti owaaye ekyalaani bakwata we bati n'okola bwoti kyandibadde kimuyambako n'essaawa zino naye ensonga tugitunuulizza nnyo gavumenti ne twerabira nti naffe tulina kye tusobola okukola ku baana era kyansanyusizza nnyo bwe yanokoddeyo n'agamba nti abatendeka abaana mu zino technical institutions ezitendeka ebyemikono okukanika okutunga ebyo ebintu bwe batyo n'agamba singa bazongeramu amaanyi kyandibadde kyankizo nnyo naye kubanga gavumenti ezisuuliridde ensonga lwaki osanga abaana mu katale n'obasanga ku street so nga ate bandibadde babaako ekyomugaso kye bakola kye bongera ku ssaawa zino n'endala ekyankutte ku mutima yagambye ffe nga bannamawulire naffe tetukoze kimala kukola ki kulaba nti ebyensoma bivaayo ng'oggyeko okuba nti baateekawo enkola nti TV oba radio zisomesa abaana ffe ng'abantu twesuuliddeyo ogwannagamba tetufaayo nti n'obanga essaawa yakusoma tojja kujjukiza mwana wo nti owaayi omanyi ki genda osome n'agamba singa bannamawulire abali ebweru essaawa zino abaamala okusoma nga baatendekebwa bulungi nnyo mawulire singa nabo babaako ebyo bye batondawo oba n'ogamba nti nina essimu yange yiino kubanga mulembe gwa simu mulembe gwa laptop nti nina essimu yange yiino eyinza kunkolera ki singa nkwata abaana nga 10 ne mbateekako ne mbasomesezaako omwaka ogujja ffe gwe tulinda abaana balyoke bagende ku ssomero wegujjira aba agenda mu kiraasi ki ndala naye twetuuliddeeyo tetufaayo w'osoma n'otuula n'olinda ogende ku TV ogende ku radio ekintu ekitali kituufu
webale nnyo Ronet MCI Radio nze Ali Kakembo ndi ne bannamawulire okuli Tamukedde Moses awamu ne Atwine Ronet abagoberedde ensonga bwe zitambudde olunaku olwaleero. Ampuliriza omulungi gwawuliriza MCI Radio nawe andaba ku mikutu gyaffe egy'enjawulo okuli Media Challenge YouTube page n'okuli Media Challenge Facebook page. SDGs yadde nga ziggwako mu mwaka gwa 2003 naye ate kyankizo nnyo era ekitongole ekya Media Challenge Initiative kyalabye nga kyankizo nnyo ate bannamawulire okubanga badda ku mmeeza, bannamawulire okubanga batunuulira ate nnyo n'eriisa eryenkaliriza ebiruubirirwa bino 17 ebirowoozebwa nti mu mwaka ogwa 2030 bijja kubanga bituukiriziddwa. Muno nno mulimu ebiruubirirwa ebyenjawulo, omuli amazzi amayonjo, omuli ebyenjigiriza, omuli okumalawo obwavu, omuli okulwanyisa enjala n'okulaba nga mu nsi yonna tetulina bantu bafa njala. Ampuliriza omulungi, ensonga lwaki ekitongole ekya Media Challenge Initiative kyalumye n'amannyo ne kisimba amakanda ku nsonga zino nti bannamawulire bangi ate tebannategeera ebitunuuliddwa bino 17 era bangi ku bo babyogerako nga tebasobola kubinnyonnyola mu butuufu bwabyo. Kyokka ate n'abo basobola obinnyonnyola mu butuufu bwabyo balina obukugu obubabulamu okulaba nga basaka amawulire ku nsonga zino 17 mu butuufu bwazo. Yensonga lwaki Media Challenge Initiative mu Expo ey'omwaka 2021 yavuddeyo n'egamba nedda emyaka gino egibulayo singa bannamawulire basigala nga bakyali bannamawulire ababaddewo nga ebyenjawulo ebirowoozo byogerwa bali mu kuba tooki era batuwa kye bajje mu lukuŋŋaana olunaku olwaleero. Nkujjukiza nti guno mulundi gwa 5 ng'enteekateeka y'ekikabo ekiti ebaawo. Moses Tamukedde, nsonga ya byanjigiriza njagala nnyo ebyenjigiriza ensonga lwaki ntutta obudde obuwerako okukkaatiriza ensonga eno. Ebyenjigiriza ne ebiruubirirwa 17 tuliruddawo okusinziira ku kyowulidde olwaleero nga Uganda n'ensi yonna.
Weebale nnyo, weebalire ddala Ali. Okusookera ddala nze kamwa koogera ndi musomesa.
Kyankizo nera sekankunoonyeza engalo oli musomesa kale
weewaawo ensonga eno nange nkwatako nnyo neera nzize ndaba bannamawulire ab'enjawulo nga bagezaako okkoona ku nsonga eno ey'okusoma. Okusinziira ku bakulu bye boogedde nayagadde nnyo ekintu kimu eky'abantu okwawula. Waliwo omukulu wano yayogedde ndooza amannya ge ye Nil yayogedde ku nsonga y'okubanga waliwo enjawulo wakati w'okusoma. Okusoma nti omwana alina okugenda mu kibiina, omwana alina okugenda mu ssomero n'agenda eri n'asoma abasomesa bye bamusomeseza ne wabaawo n'ono n'abanga asigadde ewaka ng'alina by'asobola okuyiga ng'ate tasobodde kola ki genda ku ssomero. Kiki kyengezaako tegeeza abantu bangi naddala bannamawulire n'abantu abawujja abasomesa abakulira amasomero babadde mu kunenyagana nti oli agamba waki gavumenti tetugula, gavumenti egamba siwagula olw'okubanga nsonga bwe ziti naye nze mbadde ndu